Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Beyond the Veil. We'll start the show here in just a few moments, but it is a Tuesday night here at the Beyond the Veil studios, and we decided that we wanted to hang out a little bit with each and every one of you. I was feeling a little bit funky earlier, and I said, you know what makes me feel the best is when we're doing a Beyond the Veil show. So kind of last minute, but we didn't get to do one last weekend. So I think this is going to be really cool. What do you think, little twin?
I think you're right. It usually makes me feel a little bit better, too. Unless it goes for 5 hours.
5 hours? Our people are saying 5 hours isn't enough. I'm serious. Like, they're really
dedicated.
With everything.
Yeah.
If you haven't joined, we have a Facebook group that is facebook.com/groups/BTV portal, like Beyond the Veil, BTV portal. And we are going to set up BTVportal.com as well here in the next, I don't know, probably a few weeks, because we got some things going on this week. And a good friend of mine just passed away. And I was very sad. You know, it was all of a sudden. He was 70 years old, but we
weren't expecting it.
Yeah, he was 40. You know, he drove across country. They would go down to San Diego, Southern California, just at a whim like that. He would haul stuff from state to state, interstate, like a private hauling company and things like that. So it's just kind of weird because he didn't look. I mean, he looked, maybe about 50, and that's it.
Right.
And then he woke up, and he went to bed one morning, and then woke up the next morning, and respiratory failure.
Yeah, he wasn't feeling good the night before, and then you would think, okay, so a guy's 70 years old, and he's driving cross country every few months. You would think, okay, well, maybe he's just got a little bug or something, and then the next morning he, collapsed, and that was it. And
yeah.
It was very, very sudden, and our thoughts definitely go out to his wife. They didn't have any kids, so that's one of those things where he was kind of like a fatherly kind of figure to us, and so we're pretty sad about that. But
yeah, but I do have to say, man, like,
that's the way to go.
Well done, well done.
That is the way to go.
He skipped the adult diaper stuff. He, no dementia, no nothing like that, and so. What more can you ask for?
Right.
70 years old. He lived a good life.
He died knowing who his wife was.
Yeah. Yeah. That would be hard, I imagine, to go through that dementia like that. I mean, maybe not for the person, because, I mean, that's just like, at that point, it's like no holds barred. Like, you can do whatever you want at that point, and you're like, oh, no, sorry, he's just got dementia.
Right.
But
it's a free pass for anything you want to do.
Yeah. It was like that South Park episode of the Tourette's
episode?
With Cartman. Yeah, and he was faking like he had Tourette's, and he was able to say anything he wanted. And then he was messing with his friend Kyle, who's a Jew, and he said, I'm going to go on national television, Kyle. I'm going to say terrible things about the Jews, and they're going to call me brave.
They're going to call me brave for it.
I was like, wow.
That's awful.
Yeah, that's awful.
Yeah.
So we'll start the show here in just a few minutes. I can't remember my Facebook password for some reason, so I can't log in. I have no idea why. Let's see who's hanging out with us over at the BTV live stream. And we'll take some questions from the chat room as well. We've got some stuff that I want to go over, like NPC memes. We've mentioned that we've got different people referencing NPCs in different books, like Helena Blavatsky, Emerald Tablets, things like that. So we'll get into a little bit of that. I also wanted to talk about ego traps and the idea of ego as well, which is something that's been on my mind this week. And how the New Age just kind of turns the ego upside down and gets you to a state of nothingness, and how it's all about balance. I've mentioned it before on the show, but I wanted to go over that again a little bit more depth. So I guess we have a few people joining us on BTV over at the YouTube channel. I'm sure more will be joining us here in just a few moments, but let's go ahead and get started.
All right.
The sky so far away tonight, but I can't lose this one. Get a pride of a falling night. Thought that I was fit to fight for us to be
Raw consciousness does not require a savior, but rather, raw consciousness requires only knowledge of oneself and the power to access it. Remember this, as we unlock an even greater gnosis from beyond the veil.
From the Pacific Northwest, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm Chris Gio. I will be taking you beyond the veil this evening. I'm joined, of course, by my lovely wife and mistress of my universe, Mrs. Gio.
Good evening, everyone.
And last minute show for you, but we just wanted to hang out, have some fun with everybody. And I realized that, like everything I say in the beginning, like I've got to have my intro. I've got to say the specific words because it's almost like I'm casting an energetic spell upon myself here to get myself in that frequency. I think those are the key words for me, the key frequencies that unlock the raw consciousness and get me down to that level to be operating from the raw consciousness. It's very, very weird. It's not even like a set of magic words. It's just from the Pacific Northwest, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be. Boom, puts me right in the frequency. I was feeling a little funky earlier today, and, there's these weird pumpkins. I can't even get on my freaking Facebook, though, So, maybe you can post a link to one of the pictures in the chat, but we've got these weird pumpkins here. And they've got like these growths that have like these warts all over them. And I noticed it at one restaurant. And then I was like, okay, well, I wonder why they picked that pumpkin. That's not a pumpkin, Charlie Brown. That's what I was thinking. We just went to another restaurant here and more pumpkins out that have these weird growths on them. And I was thinking like Fukushima radiation or something. But I know the food makes me freaking sick out here. It's time to get the hell out of here. But yeah. So anyways, I don't want to go on about that. I have a few things on my mind, but let's go to Mrs. Gio first to see what's on her mind.
Well, I just looked it up, and apparently pumpkins and gourds covered in warts are popping up in pumpkin picking patches. Oh, say that 10 times fast. And farmers' stands across the country. So it's actually not a disfiguring disease. It's actually 10 generations of crossbreeding to produce a pumpkin that's adequately covered in warts.
That's what they say.
They sell it under the super freak label. See, I don't believe that. We had Fukushima happen, it was like 7 years ago now. And so to me, it seems like there's a lot of cover up going on about how much radiation that we're being exposed to, how much radiation our fruits and vegetables are being exposed to. Because it seems like everything we buy here tastes sour or has like something wrong with it. It's not shaped right. It's just really weird. So, and that's what you would do if you were a government that wanted to cover up radiation poisoning. You would just attribute it to crossbreeding, or you'd attribute it to, people just get cancer. That's just what happens. But I've met like 4 people already in the past 2 years that have gotten cancer, and this is a very small area. So anyway, yeah, I'm doing okay tonight.
So what did you look up? Pumpkin warts?
Yeah, pumpkin warts.
Okay, here, I'm going to show you a picture of this. I mean,
this is gross.
This is disgusting. Like, why would you
want to put this in your restaurant to make people want to eat there?
Right. That's what I was thinking. I was like, this doesn't look good. I don't know. I've been a Halloween brat my entire life, and I've never seen pumpkins like that. That looks like some freak show stuff right there.
Yeah, that looks like some kind of disease. I mean, I'm sorry, but it does.
I posted it on Facebook earlier, and I said, hey, this looks like pumpkin herpes is what I described it as. And people said, oh, yeah, no, I know exactly what it is. Some people think it's Fukushima. Others go to the article that you just cited. I'm not buying it, though. I don't know about you, but it doesn't seem like this is genetically modified to look like this for a specific reason. Like, this is,
why would you crossbreed
like the
something
throwaway
to look like that?
stuff? Like,
yeah,
like, I mean, I guess that looks kind of spooky there,
but
it's it looks like you don't want to touch it.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to touch it. Yeah. And Mark Silverman said they're chemtrail pumpkins.
Yes, chemtrail pumpkins. That
there
could
you
be
go.
it as well.
That could be it as well.
Yeah, so be on the lookout for chemtrail pumpkins, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, that's the new thing. Or if you want to look at it from the other perspective, the what's it called? What do they call the drugs that they put together with different types of? I can't think of the word right now. There's a word, not synthetic drugs, but it's
Semi-synthetic?
No. I'll think of it later.
Yeah.
So it's like glamour drugs, or I can't think of the word.
I can't either for some reason.
Yeah, the word
Designer drugs.
Designer. Okay, so these are designer pumpkins.
There you go.
That's the word I'm looking for. All right, so let's get into it. First and foremost, we have the NPC memes, of course, that we've been talking about. We were just on with Clyde Lewis just the other day talking about it. I posted a cool little meme on Facebook here that picked up some traction, but I can't get into my Facebook right now. So I'll just show you on the screen here. Did you know that each letter in the Hebrew language represents a number? The Hebrew word for father is 3. This is true. The Hebrew word for father, the gematria, is 3. The Hebrew word for mother is 41. The Hebrew word for child is 44, which is 3 plus 41 equals 44. The Torah is a code, or in other words, a holy scripture. Scripture, yes. Keyword right there. Now, it's interesting to note that the NPC meme has been taking off. I don't really like the context that it's being used, because it's used to attack a particular group of people like the left, and NPCs, at least in the context that we've been talking about them for the last several years, is it has to do with the consciousness. But I think it just goes to show that more and more people are recognizing that we do have NPCs around. And I mean, I think there's a lot of people in the mainstream right now that are basically like this, like, oh, hey, wait a minute. You've got sheep out there looking around and going, hey, I'm surrounded by NPCs. So there's another little meme I put together there for that particular purpose. But it's interesting to see. Now, this NPC idea, as we've said before, isn't something that's new. Organic consciousness and NPC are the two types of consciousness that we're talking about. You can see it in the tablets of Thoth, the children of light and the children of men. The children of light obviously come from somewhere else. The children of men are the NPCs. In the Bible, as we talked about in the Revelation show, you have men and the sons of men. The men, at least in the context that we're able to determine, are the organics, and then the sons of men are the NPCs. You have Helena Blavatsky, that... is that a good e-cigarette?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that bothering you?
No, I'm just making sure it's good for you. So, no, I do it all the time, too.
Helena Blavatsky.
I told somebody the other day, I said, you should quit smoking, because, vaping is like having your cake and vaping it too. And it really is. It's like, you get to have your cake and vape it too. Anyway, so I lost my train of thought.
Helena Blavatsky.
Helena Blavatsky. So Helena Blavatsky, she talked about the people with a divine spark, and she talked about those that didn't have the divine spark. The one thing that I didn't like that she did is she put it in a racial context. She was saying it had to do with race, and it doesn't have to do with race whatsoever. And we're finding out more and more. However, in the 1800s, late 1800s, when Blavatsky wrote all this, she was actually, she didn't have an internet. So she was just going by a few encounters that she had. I mean, think about what we have right now with the internet. We have a global, and I'm doing bunny ears for the flat earthers out there when I say global, we have a global connection to, somebody was chastising me the other day. They were like, well, I'm just obviously can't listen to your show because you use the word planet, and you're going to have to get over that. If this is a computer simulation, then it can't possibly be a planet as well. It's remarkable how people will pick out a small little word and they get triggered. Like, no matter how awake you are, you'd still get triggered by words. It's funny. So Helena Blavatsky was in the late 1800s, didn't have access to the internet. We, on the other hand, we can communicate with people on such a global network that we have spoken to more people than all of our ancestors probably combined all together, because we have access to do that now. We've seen more titties than all of our ancestors combined together now, because you see thousands and thousands and thousands. And that's something about the kids these days is, they're growing up 14, 15 years old. They hop on the internet. They've seen more titties in their life than most of us when we were growing up, So the game has changed a little bit. The mindset has changed a little bit, and it's good and it's bad. It's good in the sense that we're able to reach out to one another. We're able to experience more. Everything is moving much more rapidly. On the other hand, it's bad because the tech is a system used to merge the AI from one dimension to another. As a matter of fact, Nick Bravo had a great psychedelic experience that he posted on our group, facebook.com/group/BTV portal. And he was talking about how the tech will be used to merge. And we talked about this about 6 months ago, but never really touched upon it too much until now. We mentioned 5G and how this 5G, the energetic reading that I was getting from the ayahuasca realm back then, but I never explored it any further because this was before Egypt. And then the Egypt thing came up. And so this focus kind of got shifted on that. But the 5G is actually radiating at a frequency that allows for more merger between organic and tech. We may get into that a little bit later in the broadcast. However, Mary, one of our friends on Facebook, she actually sent me something. And she said that the Gnostics used to talk about organic consciousness and NPC consciousness as well. The Gnostics called them the Hildite. I don't remember. I have to look it up, and I'm locked out of my Facebook, so I can't look it up right now. But have you ever heard about this?
No, I haven't. Hildite? Hillite?
Something like that. Yeah. Again, I really need to get into my Facebook. The problem is I'm afraid that if I reset my password, it's going to knock off all of our Facebook streams that are running right now. So I don't want to do that. But come to find out, the Gnostics were actually talking about this very same thing. So, a lot of the stuff that we talk about here on Beyond the Veil comes from Gnosticism, but it's actually like, it's Gnosis that came from the raw consciousness first and then confirmed in Gnosticism and then connected with some elements of Gnosticism, some elements of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth and these other documents. But the as above, so below principle when it comes to Sophia, and the Gnostic people call it Sophia. To me, growing up Greek, it's always been Sophia. No distinction, no difference whatsoever. It's always been pronounced Sophia. But people like John Lamb Lash and others, they're like, oh, it's the myth of Sophia. So I just kind of got used to saying it like Sophia, but it's spelled the exact same way, Sophia. So Sophia, interchangeable. But if you look at the Gnostic texts, as we said before, Sophia created Yaldabaoth outside of the consent of the creators. Yaldabaoth is the virus, etc., etc., etc. Now, I didn't get into the Gnostic texts enough to realize that they were also talking about NPCs and organic consciousness as well. And again, they were using the language that they had at the time. And so now we're really at this not only technological revolution right now, but we're also at this consciousness revolution because of the technology. So the same thing that's enslaving us is the exact same thing that's waking us up, is the exact same thing that's allowing us to connect even more with each other, which is also opening us up to connection to the artificial intelligence as well. So it's really when Thoth talks about the middle path, when Hermes talks about the middle path is so much more important right now than any other time that we've ever seen in history.
Yes, and I mean, people are putting in stuff on Facebook right now, like it's dehumanizing to separate the two, and also.
Well, no. Here's the thing: everybody is human,
right?
Okay, that's what you have to realize. Everybody is human. We're not trying to dehumanize anybody.
Nope.
As a matter of fact, I was really examining this the other day, and realistically, organic consciousness, if anything within this matrix is unnatural, it's organic consciousness, because we exist outside of the machine. So we're not dehumanizing them. We acknowledge that this is their world. And this is something that we really have to understand, that it is, in fact, their world. This world is very real to them. So if there's any digital illusion or projection or anything like that within the system, it's us. Because, again, we exist outside. This isn't our natural environment. It's merely our consciousness being projected here. So it's funny how, and I went through this too, so I'm not pointing any fingers or anything like that. I'm just highlighting the phenomenon here. But it's funny how we as organic consciousness, all of us, our first instinct is to say, hey, that's dehumanizing. Or why are we making these kind of distinctions, et cetera, et cetera. But then when you really think about it, we're the unnatural ones in here, not them. This is their world. Think about that.
Right. And then Captain said, words matter, though. They have the power to sway the thoughts of others. Got to be careful about labels and such. Calling them NPC is kind of a way to dehumanize. We just said that we admit that everyone's human. We're all inhuman avatars. The only separation is that we have bodies outside the Matrix and the NPCs do not. We're not saying they're not sentient. We're not saying they deserve to be treated any differently. We're not saying any of that. So I'm sorry if words are used in the wrong context sometimes, but that doesn't mean we're not allowed to use words.
Yeah, I don't agree with the context that they're using it
no, me
in
either.
right now.
In like a political context?
Yeah, it's
no.
not a political thing. It has to do with the consciousness of the individual. So I understand the concern 100%, and I'm not saying that it's wrong. I mean, that's what organic consciousness does. Organic consciousness empathizes and sympathizes and has compassion. This is the difference between us and them. They don't have these abilities to think in these dynamics. So it's it's interesting.
It's not a way to separate. It's a way to understand. There's a difference between separation and understanding, and the fact that some people can't see that it's indicative of something that is different than the way we are. We mean to understand our environment, understand what we're in, and understand who we are in the grand scheme of things, and then how to approach people who aren't going to be able to be receptive to anything that anybody says that goes against what their programming tells them to be able to understand. So
right. Now they're aware that they're NPCs now. So
yeah, they've become self-aware.
They've become self-aware, and the NPC idea is in the mainstream consciousness right now. So now NPCs are calling each other NPCs. Right. I just saw a video of Paul Joseph Watson. And I just don't resonate with the guy at all. He goes, people on the internet are making memes about people being repetitive on the internet, making memes about people being repetitive on the internet, making memes. And I'm like, dude, you're a total NPC, dude. Yeah. Look at what you did here. You're just going through a script in your head here.
Yep.
But he's calling the left NPCs, and it's like, dude, they're not it's not a left-right thing. I don't know. He may not be. I don't resonate with that kind of information. And the fear stuff and the divide stuff and the, I don't like you because of certain characteristics or this and that. It's some of the most beautiful people in my life have been NPCs. The friend that I was talking about in the pre-roll of the show who just passed away, he was not organic. He did not have the capability to think in the deeper levels like we do, but we were really good friends, and he was awesome, So, my mother, same thing. She didn't have the capability to think in the deeper levels. One example that I take from that is that she had chemo twice, and she prided herself on never taking any drugs, never drinking alcohol, nothing like that, and was pumping herself up with chemo. And I was like, Mom, here, you've got to use a little bit of cannabis here. It's going to really help. Nope. I will, until the day I die, I will not, I will not pump any drugs in my body whatsoever. And I'm like, Mom, you've got a freaking chemo bag in yourself right now. This is a poison that you're injecting yourself with. It's radiation. I didn't say this, but this is what I was thinking at the time. And so, it's like being stuck in those ways, and so stuck, not with no ability to see the other side, no ability to think any deeper. And, there were a couple of other instances. I think we've talked about it on previous shows. So, she wanted her body to be cremated and the ashes scattered over Greece, but she wanted a Greek Orthodox funeral above anything else. And, her own desires, which were to have her ashes scattered in Greece, fell to the wayside because the Greek Orthodox Church wouldn't give her a Greek Orthodox funeral. And so they put her in embalming fluid and put her body inside of a concrete block, which had a coffin liner in it, which then put the body inside of a coffin and then down into the, it's supposed to be ashes to ashes, dust to dust, back to the dirt, back to the earth, so on and so forth. But the programming was so deep and so stuck in the ways that I have to take a look back and say, you know what? She was ISIS personified. She had the ISIS energy. She was running the ISIS program, but she wasn't an organic consciousness. And we're so far and few between here that most of us find ourselves surrounded with NPC families. So does that mean that we treat them differently? No, not at all. I mean,
No.
you why would you? Like, why would you? It's just, it puts things into a better perspective to be able to say, hey, you know what? This person here is only capable of thinking this deep. So I'm going to only approach them at this particular level here. I'm not going to try to approach them with levels down here, because if I try to approach them with those deeper levels, then it's just going to create conflict within their programming, and it's going to start to create, if not a distorted view of you that they're having, it could lead to flat out what's the term? I don't know what term I'm looking for, but attack, but not attack. Resentment. Maybe resentment is a good word that I'm looking for. So
Bitterness.
it could lead to resentment and bitterness against you. Now, if you throw out a few, throw out a few things, and then the person that you're talking to, they're like, oh yeah, no, and you take them deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper as time progresses, then yeah, that's something completely different. But it's to better help people to be able to navigate the matrix in a more efficient manner.
Yeah, and it's not to separate us versus them. It's not to say it's basically the difference between throwing information at somebody and saying, "Hey, here, catch this. I know you're not capable of catching it, but and throwing something at them." And saying, you know what, I understand that you can't catch this, so I'm not even going to try to throw it at you. I'm going to basically talk to you at your own level, and I'm not going to expect more from you than what you're able to actually understand or take in, or be resonating with. It's not worth it to me for you to be bitter at me whenever I throw information at you that you aren't going to be able to understand. So I'm going to meet you on your level. That's
Now there's some
different.
NPCs that are very, very, very broken, and some of them are infected with the virus. Some of them are running several script overlays over themselves. And we see this is something that this NPC meme is legitimately pointing out, the fact that a lot of these very left-sided people are they're running a script, being fed by the television, reacting in a certain way like that. And so now we have different levels of non-player characters, NPC consciousness within this matrix. And as I'm sure we have different levels of organic consciousness as well. There could be organic consciousness out there that are very, very, very programmed and waking up. I just talked to somebody yesterday who spent his time in the military his entire life. And he started watching Beyond the Veil videos, and he was like, dude, I got to talk to this guy. And he's like, man, and he just started breaking down, like he's going through that whole process right now of his whole illusion just being shattered in front of him when it comes to consciousness and stuff like that. And I was like, wow, this dude gets it. This dude is he's unlocking stuff like that. So there are still people that are locked, and everybody has the capability of being unlocked. But the point is to not exert the energy trying to unlock somebody that's not capable of it, because it's just not in the it's not in the script, it's not in the programming. And one thing that I pointed out on this meme here, and I really stand by this, like I really think that this is I really think that there's something to this here. This is a holy scripture. That's the key word there, scripture. I knew it was programming. I knew that the religions are for the NPCs, but you have some of the hardcore, die-hard religious people. Like my mother, she wasn't hardcore, die-hard, but, when it came time to go, she would have rathered, instead of what her heart's desire was, instead of what she felt that her consciousness was telling her she wanted to do with her body, she went ahead with what the script told her what to do with her body, what the church told her what to do with her body instead. And is essentially just really complete control like that. And so I would say that the religions, again, at the risk of offending some people and without the intention of doing so, people that are really religious and rely on their religious scriptures and all of this are most likely NPCs that are running the religious programming. And the religious programming is not a bad program inherently, because thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, things like that. Like, we as organic consciousness, like we understand these things as soon as we come into the machine. Like, it's all written in our hearts and in our consciousness. And that was one thing that I was asking myself. Like, I always see these religious people and they say, well, without the Bible, people would just be killing people everywhere and raping people. And I'm like, no, we have this in our hearts, don't we? Like, I know when I came in here, like, I knew all this stuff automatically. I didn't need the book or anything like that to tell me that. But then I got to thinking, like, maybe they don't have that. Like, maybe they need those commands, they need those programs, they need all of that to tell them not to do that. But they've used these religions to justify some very, very horrible things, and they've used these scripts in a way that they weren't meant to be used, which has created a problem because of the virus that has infected the system and so on and so forth. So, yeah. What are your thoughts? I see you typing away over there.
I'm dealing with a troll right now who's basically saying that our toll-free number is making him pay money to call in.
We don't have the call board hooked up right now.
We don't have the call board hooked up, and
No.
I'm trying to explain to him that we don't have the call board hooked up.
Yeah, we don't have the call board hooked up right now.
Is there any prompts for people to pay money when they call the call-in number?
No.
Exactly.
Let's see.
833 TFR Live.
There shouldn't be. Let's find out.
Thank you for calling Truth Frequency Radio, your protection from deception.
Nope.
If you're calling...
It's all good, so I don't know what...
I don't know where he's coming from with that.
Yeah. But you know what? We may be able to open the call-in number. Like, we may be able to open the call board here in just a few minutes. As a matter of fact, I think Mark Sargent just finished his show up, and if he did, then I think we're running a rebroadcast of Jeranism Live, so we may be able to...
We may be able to open up the call board.
open up the call board. So, yeah, as a matter of fact, nobody is using the call board right now, so we'll go ahead and hook up the call board. And if you want to call in, go ahead and call in 833-TFR Live, or you can call 833-BTV Live as well. That should be going to the same place. Sure, he gets mad at the trolls.
Well, it's not.
I do too, a little bit, to a certain.
It's distracting me from being able to enjoy being on the show, and it's taking completely away and lying to people about our show and about our network.
I hear this a lot, and this is one thing that kind of bugs me. Troll comments is fine. Like, there was a guy in our chat room trolling the other day, and he was trolling us, and that's perfectly fine. Whatever you say to us is fine.
Yeah.
If you start attacking the other people in our chat room, then there's a problem, and we booted him. We blocked him. So he came in with another account and started trolling with another account. And this account, he was claiming that he was a scientist that has been working with DMT for 15 years and all this. So I click on his account, because you can see the account when you leave a comment on YouTube. And for the last 3 years, he's been playing video games and trolling people on YouTube. And it's like, oh, so you were a scientist that spent the last 15 years studying DMT, but for the last 3 years, you've been trolling people on YouTube playing video games. So it's funny. People are funny. But that's one thing that, yeah, I don't appreciate people just spreading bullshit.
Yeah.
About stuff like this. Like, oh, well, you know, their call-in number charges you when you call in there. That's complete horseshit.
Yeah, it really is.
You know, and then the other thing that bugs me is when people come in and try to minimize what we do here at BTV. And like in Egypt, for example, like we risked our lives. We went out there, no guide, no nothing like that. We put ourselves in harm's way. The amount of DMT that I ingested, you know, according to the LD50, it's 10,000, it would be about 10,000 milligrams, an overdose threshold for somebody my size. However, Cherie was looking at some other resources, and she said that the overdose threshold is about 5,500
to 5,900.
5,500 to 5,900 milligrams of DMT for a guy my size. And I took at least 4,000, and that's a conservative number because I took 400 grams of Mimosa hostilis. So at 1% DMT content within the plant, which is, you know, it would be considered weak mimosa, and this was really strong, but I'm just, you know, I'd rather say less and it be more than say more and it be less. So, but, you know, Cherie's like, you know, you probably took
enough,
you know, 6,000, 6,500 milligrams. You
something around
probably
there.
took more of a dose than the overdose threshold is. So, and I was like, well, if I did, it would make sense because I needed to put myself in that state as close to death, almost to where the tether's breaking, in order to be able to access the areas that I needed to access. And I mean, we literally risked our lives to go out there and do what we did. And so when people want to come in here and minimize it, you know, I'm like, I'm not the type to just sit back and just smile about it, because it's like, hey, we actually did work here. And these people come in, no work, no nothing like that, no nothing, and we
No accomplishments whatsoever.
and we videotaped everything. So it's like, you know, it would be one thing if I was going to other people into their channels and messing with them, then yeah, that would be, like I said before, total ego. I totally get that. I don't do that. I don't even watch other people's stuff for the most part. But when I do, if I'm going to leave a comment, I leave a positive comment. If I don't resonate with a piece of work, I just don't leave a comment at all. That's just the way I am. But they feel the need to come over to us because it somehow threatens their, you know, little illusion. Because now here you have two people that actually have it on video,
and that actually
did something, that actually put their lives on the line, that actually took something that actually creates a reaction. We didn't just come back with some bullshit and just say, hey, you know, we closed our eyes, sat there, and this and that, and blah 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 blah. Like we trained our entire lives in order to do this. And so obviously I'm going to stand on that. And I think we should. I think we should be proud of who we are. I think we should not allow people to minimize us. And now I'm getting to the ego thing that I wanted to talk about, the ego traps. So there are many stages to this ego deal that we deal with here. The first stage is the ego that's programmed by the artificial intelligence. When we come in, we have all our different experiences, our traumas, you know, this and that, and blah, 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 blah. Ayahuasca helps to break all of that down, and people can break all of this down themselves too. But I find that ayahuasca is a lot easier to do. I mean, you know, I just got an email from somebody the other day claiming they went to the 13th dimension and they activated a pyramid and blah, 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 blah. And they came at me total ego. And so, you know, they got the light sword, they got the ego right back. After they got that, then they started to tell me what was going on with them. They told me they were on 22 different medications. They had all these traumas. They had, you know, when they were 14 years old, they were sexually assaulted, you know, all of this BS that they were carrying around with them. And then at the end, they look like, you know, they said to me, you know, I don't understand why you do ayahuasca. And I'm like, well, this is why. It clears out all this stuff. You've got to clear out all this stuff first. Now, I'm not saying that ayahuasca is the only way to do it. I'm saying that ayahuasca is a surefire way to do it. For most people. I've seen some people that do ayahuasca and they just on big ego trips because they haven't been through all of this process first. So there is a possibility that ayahuasca takes you on these ego trips and stuff like that. And I recognize that. And I recognize the process that takes place here. because I'm speaking from experience. So the first step is the ego. You break down all the traumas, you break down all of that, right? And the New Age says it's all about ego loss. And this is what they love to say. They love to say, oh, well, you're just responding from ego. It's because they haven't gone through the process yet. Because there's more after you break down all your traumas. You want to break down your third dimensional self. So I broke down everybody who I was before I was Chris Geo. Because at the point of Chris Geo, I began working with the ayahuasca. So I broke everything down from before. Then as I started to progress, I started breaking down Chris Geo as well. I got to a state, and this is what I love about DMT, especially in high doses, is you can get to a state when you take a big enough dose to where you have no body, you have no identity, you have nothing like that. It's kind of a state of just being, and you can call it being connected and being one with everything, but it's also dualistic in the sense that you're connected with everything, but at the same time you are nothing. So you have no identity. So this is the base level. This is the mind wipe area, the mind wipe overlay where nothing exists. Underneath that is where the raw consciousness is. So you break everything down, get to that point of nothingness, then you break through that barrier there as well. A lot of people stop at that barrier or are just looking to get to that barrier, and that's it. This is an ego trap. It's an ego trap to think that if somebody slaps you in the face, that you can't slap them back. One thing that I really want people to really take away from Beyond the Veil, and to put this in practice if you feel that it resonates with you, is I feel like I'm going to always return proudly the energy that I'm approached with. If you approach me with love, I will give love right back to you. If you are a friend, I will be your best friend. If you're an enemy, I will be your worst enemy. If you cross me, if you backdoor me, try to stab me in the back, that's it. Complete and total disconnection, just like that. And it's the perfect balance, in my opinion, of where to be. Because when you're at a complete place of ego loss, then you're allowing literally all of these negative energies to just come in and just stomp all over you. You're just a doormat for all these negative energies. If you're out of control in the other way, then you become the aggressor. Then you become the egoist. You become all these people that come to our comments that say, "Oh, well, you know, I've achieved states far deeper than you have without ayahuasca because I'm so much more advanced than you are." And it's like, no, dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. He's like, well, I've released DMT within my brain and this and that. And I'm like, yeah, you know what, you don't think we can do that too? You see, what you're talking about, the level that you're talking about is our launch point. It's not our end point. We release the DMT in our brain, put ourselves in that state first, then we take more DMT and launch even further than that. Anyways, so I'm getting a little bit, but see, the opposite side of that turns into that. And especially when you haven't achieved that yet, then you are in that state of you feel like you have to go to other people and you see somebody who's had big accomplishments, put in a lot of work, you know, things like that. You have to try to minimize all of that. It's the principle of trying to bring somebody down to raise yourself up there. And that's the state that they don't want you at that state. They'll say that's ego. They want you at a state to where you're a doormat completely and totally, to where you have no identity, to where you're not sure of yourself, to where you don't understand any of your power, and you think that you are powerless, and that you have to rely on all these spirit guides, you have to rely on all these external entities, the Palladians to tell you what to do and this and that, because that's the perfect consciousness for manipulation. They don't want consciousness. They want consciousness that can be manipulated. They don't want consciousness that has their own power. They want consciousness that feels like they have an illusion of power. Like the Palladians are going to open up portals and this and that and all of this. But we see this in religion too. Excuse me. It's not just New Age, but we see it in religion. I mean, look at the whole Jesus idea. You know, I remember I was talking to a friend of mine on Facebook, and she's like, Chris, why are you putting in all this spiritual work? She's like, Jesus did it for you. Like, all you have to do is just enjoy your life. Jesus did all this for you. And I'm like, the work's not getting done if Jesus did it for me. I'm not changing anything within my heart or my soul. I'm not changing anything within myself if I don't actually put the work in order to do it. If I don't step into the fire, there's not going to be a sword there. I can't just throw off all of this on this Jesus figure. Likewise, you know, the whole idea of 5D ascension, the whole idea of Palladians opening portals and all these different entities being out there and all this, it really comes to, it comes from the idea of keeping you in a state to where you're powerless. You have to rely on them. First of all, you have to rely on them for the information. So you have to rely on them to get because they're always the ambassadors of the freaking Palladians and things like that. You know, they're special. They were chosen, you know, this and that, and they're in contact with the Palladians and all this. They don't want you reaching down into yourself and getting gnosis from yourself. They want you reading their books. They don't want you going down and getting the information for themselves, because their books, they can write them any way they want. And it's to constantly maintain a hierarchy. But once you break down into this area of ego loss, which is the first level goal, the area underneath is your raw consciousness. So now when you've hit your raw consciousness and you start to unlock everything, you start to remember who you are, then you start to build up another ego. But it's not an AI ego. There's nothing wrong with the word ego, first of all. A lot of people like to think of it as negative. It's your identity. It's yourself. It's your sense of self. It's your defense mechanism. It's, you know, if somebody is trying to kill you, it's your ability to kill them first before they kill you. You know, this is what your ego is. Your ego can't come from the artificial intelligence programming, though. The ego has to come from the raw consciousness. That's how you figure out what your mission is. That's how you figure out who you really are. Once you understand who you really are, then you stand proud in who you are. You stand proud. And it's that pride that everybody says is wrong. You have the religion saying, oh, well, you're just full of pride. You have the New Age saying, well, you're just full of ego. I am not supposed to be confident in who I am. I'm not supposed to be strong in who I am. I'm not supposed to be able to stare down, you know, demons and dark forces and AI manipulations and all this stuff and stare it right down in the face and laugh at it. I'm not supposed to do that. I'm going to do that. And I want to see more people doing that as well. I want to see more people proud of who they are. I want to see more people proud of their accomplishments as well. Now, it doesn't mean that you go around and bragging about things like that. As you can see, you know, we keep this kind of stuff here on Beyond the Veil. Mm-hmm. We don't go to other places and talk about this kind of stuff unless we're invited to do so. And when we're invited to do so, we speak from a somewhat different perspective. But here, essentially it's our house. So we're going to be very proud in our house. And if you come into our house and start messing with us, you're going to get the light sword. You're not going to get a smile, a fake smile, and, oh, bless you, my child.
No,
and this
we're
and
not
that
going to
and blah,
say
blah, 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 blah.
namaste.
Yeah, namaste
no.
bullshit, you know?
Namaste on your side.
Namaste your ass on your side of the fence, you know? But everybody is welcome in our house. And
right.
It's fine. And, you know, we welcome everybody as guests in our house.
Yeah, we do.
And like I said, we love people disagreeing with us because it helps us see from a 360-degree perspective. And when we see that, then it gets more and more and more. But these people like to make personal attacks and things like that. And it's the personal attacks that's like, no, that's where I draw the line. And then it's attacking the other guests in our home as well. That's where we have to. That's
draw the line.
That's
there.
the fastest line that gets drawn. We can put up with all the other stuff.
Yeah.
But if you start attacking people that are our guests it's like, no. If you were physically in my home and you came in and started attacking one of my friends, I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask you to leave. It's as simple as that. Why doesn't the same apply in chat rooms and forums and things like that? I feel like I'm preaching to the choir here because I think the majority of the people already understand this.
Well, we have a
but-
lot of new listeners. It looks like.
Yeah, there are
in the
some
chat.
people that don't quite get it. But I'm here to bring a new way. I'm here to bring a type of spirituality that people haven't seen before. This is the raw consciousness, and we're gonna start seeing people taking our ideas, taking our terminology. Non-player character. It's not an original terminology. We took it from the video game world, but we were the first ones to talk about it in the contents of consciousness.
Right.
Now people are taking that and talking about it in different ways. Raw consciousness, we coined that term. Nobody used the word raw consciousness
No.
before we did. We're going to see more and more people taking these ideas and trying to twist them around and diluting them and things like that and taking it away further and further and further from the meaning. But I just want to be clear that raw consciousness is raw. Raw consciousness it's not soft. It's not, excuse the language, but let's just say pussified. Raw consciousness is very loving, but it knows when to love. Raw consciousness is also fierce, and it knows when to be fierce. And I don't think there's any spirituality that has come by and said, no, you've got to be able to love just as much as you're able to fight. And you've got to be able to fight just as much as you're able to love. I mean, we're in the middle of a war. Why would we not? So, everybody talks about spiritual warfare. Everybody, the new age community. Oh my God, I'm under attack. Beep, beep, pew, beep, beep, pew. Things like that. They're always under attack. Or there's demons always freaking circling around them and all this. Same with the religions, the Christian religions. Like, oh, well, I've got Satan all over, et cetera, et cetera. But everybody's scared to reach down into themselves and say, hey, you know what? I've got more power than all of this. I've got more
Right.
power than these dark energies. What do you think? I've been going on for quite some time.
Well, I've kind of been I'm debating a little bit back and forth because Awake Souls in the chat in the YouTube has been basically saying what you've been kind of not complaining about, but noticing ever since we got back from Egypt. We're not saying that your experiences with meditation alone are invalid. We're not saying that any of that is invalid. What we're saying is unless you've done ayahuasca, unless you've done high doses of ayahuasca, you have not been to the same places as we have been. I'm not there. That's not anything against you. It's not anything against your methods, but you cannot say that you've been to those same places with just meditation alone. And you can't unless you've done it and then come back and said, oh no, I can get there through meditation. We've actually had, what was it, 2 people?
Yeah, we've talked about this before. Max Egan and George Kavasalas. George will be on the show with us in a couple of weeks, by the way.
November
really
17th.
looking forward to it. But these were 2 guys of the same mindset until they drank ayahuasca.
Right.
I don't want to address these people too much, though, because, they come in and harp on the exact same bullshit every single time, every single show, and kind of drag the frequency down. But
That's true.
I'll tell you this. Anybody that doubts it, sit down, and if you get to these places, if you've been to these states, then you would have absolutely no problem with sitting down and drinking some ayahuasca. Sit down and drink some ayahuasca because, you're already able to do it anyways without ayahuasca, so it's no
Right.
problem for you to do it with ayahuasca. So sit down and do it with ayahuasca, do the video, and then after that, I think you'll have a little more ground to stand on. So again, I don't want to harp on too much about this. That Awakened Soul guy, he's completely and totally full of shit. I'm
Yeah, I
sorry,
know.
but I don't like to call people out like that, but the guy's completely and totally full of shit. He told me to read Dr. Richard Allen Miller's books.
Oh, God,
and I'm like,
we've had him on
dude,
the show.
Richard Allen Miller's a good friend of ours, and he's
Yeah.
given us secret work that he hasn't put out in public.
Uh-huh.
Like, he gave us a whole freaking library full of secret stuff that he only gives to very specific people. So again, even in that regard, we're talking about next level stuff here.
Right.
So, it's just go away with that frequency, please. Just
Okay,
block the guy.
Okay. So Silix said, I've heard from you too that Be Cappy sort of wraps you in a cocoon to deal with your own stuff. For a first time eye experience, would you recommend a mix of Rue and Cappy or just the Cappy?
Okay, so I like to use just the Rue because for me, the only job of the MAOI is to neutralize the stomach acids. It does something else. Somebody was like, oh, well, it doesn't actually neutralize stomach acids. What it does is it does this, and it's a monoamine oxide inhibitor. And just give me all this bullshit. And it's like, dude, I'm speaking regular English here, okay? Just so people can understand that aren't familiar with the scientific terminology. Not this guy that asked the question, but I just was thinking about this is the kind of shit we deal with. I mean, it's like, come on, here we are, like revealing the deepest levels of the mysteries of the universe, and these small-minded people are like trying to nitpick little things that we say and things like that. Anyways, so my focus of the Syrian roux is simply to just make the DMT, make the stomach ready. How about that? Make the stomach ready for the DMT. However, and I know that's a surefire way to do it, because I know that every time I take Syrian roux, it's always going to have the same effect, unless the seeds are just flat out bad, which I've never had any bad seeds ever. And I don't like to take chances, because if I'm going to go through all the process of preparation and fasting and all of that, and to have an experience, I want to make sure the experience works. But I tell people to mix it with the ayahuasca vine. And it's really just like tradition, because the ayahuasca vine is a great healer. It is a great healer. And we put it in IaLife, which you can get at ialife.com. It's a CBD oil infused with the extract of the ayahuasca vine. However, for my particular ayahuasca experiences, I find that the ayahuasca vine is more of a cocoon, and it wraps you up and kind of holds you into the experience. So I tell people to mix it with the Syrian roux, so you get two effects. Number one, you know the Syrian roux is going to work, and number two, you get the cappy inside of the brew as well. However, I don't really use the cappy, because the DMT for me works a whole lot better without it. So it depends on what type of experience you're looking for. If you're looking for more of a motherly, hold your hand kind of experience, the cappy is really good. But the cappy is like, to me, it's like staying in a bird cage. The bird cage is nice and safe, and, there's no predators out there, and, all that. But the bird can't fly when it's in the bird cage. So that's the difference that I would say from my experiences. Now, when it comes to a healing thing, yes, definitely. I mean, there's times when we'll just drink cappy by itself, just for its healing properties. So cappy has a very, very, very good place, but not in the type of experiences that we like to provoke. Your thoughts?
Yes, I personally, I really enjoy the cappy. I like the way that it kind of grounds the experience, and then also, I think it has to do with preferences, even going back to when we were babies, because I always loved being tightly wrapped up in a blanket, like a little cocoon, like a little worm in a cocoon. I loved it. I loved the feeling of being snug. And with Chris, it's more of he's got to go outward. He likes to expand outward. And even your mom told me, even as a kid, you didn't like being bundled up too tight. That you were always,
oh really? I didn't know
you were
that.
always wriggling out of the blanket, and it's the same kind of concept. If you really enjoy feeling snug and secure, and and all of that, then the cappy is really, really good. If you would like an experience that's more expansive and a little bit less controlled, a little bit less grounded, so you can go further, that's perfectly fine. You can just use the Syrian roux. But I don't like the way that cappy is so, the dose is so, you can't really get the dose right with cappy unless you're using extracts. So we would recommend still using the Syrian roux, even if you're using cappy as well. So somebody wants to call in, so I'm giving him the number.
I think we should be connected. Yeah, I think we're connected to the call board. We need to check. I need to pull up the call board and see if there's any callers. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah.
Connected it and then started rambling about everything and nothing at the same time.
Everything and nothing.
Everything and nothing. That's pretty much what it comes down to.
This night has been crazy.
Everything
already.
And nothing.
So
yeah, no, I don't. If it looks like we had a couple of callers, but they dropped off. So if you want to call in 833 TFR Live, we'll be happy to take some of your calls. And there was an experience that Nick Bravo posted, and I wanted to get Nick to call in, but I think he's on the West Coast, on the East Coast, so it's kind of late for him there. But he posted a really good experience in the BTV Portal group. And I love hearing about other people's experiences because it opens up, like Nick's experience really just opened up a whole new level of understanding and some of the stuff that we're talking about. I'm wondering if we should read Nick's experience even though he's not here. But we'll probably wind up reading it again or having Nick call in to talk about it, one or the other. But I thought it was a really powerful experience, and there's a lot that we can expand upon the experience too. And there's some things that I don't agree with on the experience from my understanding and my vantage point, but he connected some dots for us with his experience and helped us to realize that we're at a point now to where it's go time once again on stage 2 of this mission. So let's take a quick break. We'll get to Nick Bravo's experience on the other side and also take some more of your questions. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for hanging out with us. We'll be right back.
The universe grows smaller.
Yeah, I decided once to play some games tonight. I got a quick fix.
With our audio.
Yeah, I got a quick fix for this, though. It happens sometimes. Machines. But pretty soon all the machines will be working right. And that is the point that we want to get to where the machines are doing what we tell them.
Every day.
There we go.
The universe grows smaller every day. And the threat of aggression by any group, anywhere, can no longer be tolerated. There must be security for all, or no one is secure. For our policemen, we created a race of robots. Their function is to patrol the planets in spaceships like this one and preserve the peace. We have given them absolute power over us. At the first sign of violence, they act automatically against the aggressor. The penalty for provoking their action is too terrible to risk.
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
Who are you? I am the architect. I created the Matrix.
Listen and understand. It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop. Ever. Until you are dead.
I came here to give you these facts. This Earth of yours will be reduced to a burned-out cinder.
We don't know who struck first, us or them. But we know that it was us that scorched the sky.
Your choice is simple. Join us and live in peace, or face obliteration. We shall be waiting for your answer. The decision rests with you.
Oh, well, that's fantastic. Now that I did that, the audio's all funky here. I'm sorry. Bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get through these little funky little problems we have going here. We can just do the music here. Boom, boom, boom.
Turn the freaking frogs gay.
Turn the freaking frogs gay. Do you understand
that?
All right. This is on 5 and 6. Why is it on 5 and 6? It shouldn't be on 5 and 6.
That is so weird.
All right. So, anyways, yeah. Let's see. What's on the twins' mind today?
I think that we've entered a new stage of like once the NPCs, and it's almost like a veil was dropped when we did what we did in Egypt. And then when we came back, I mean, it was after a couple of months, of course, you know, of everything kind of shifting. I mean, we felt it as soon as we walked out of the pyramid. We felt that something was different. And everyone started telling us, oh my God, something is different. I feel different. The people around me are different. And the people that I thought, that I've always known were not like me, it seems like they're like being reset in some way. And like they're a computer that's being reset. So they're real quiet. They're not in my way. They're not bothering me anymore. They're not, doing the same things that they used to do. And we noticed that too in Egypt. I mean, suddenly Cairo became a regular city instead of a chaotic bowl of NPCs.
It was interesting, but let me say this though: to tell people about the arrests that started taking place a week after we left. So we were talking about putting our lives on the line and stuff like that, and I mean, we literally did. Like we had there was a possibility of us being taken off into black sites.
Yes, yeah. What we did in Egypt was dangerous enough, but then a week after we left, or I think it was 10 days after we left, a woman from a tourist from Lebanon was actually arrested after she recorded a video during her stay in Egypt, and she just basically said, the men here have sexually harassed me. I've actually feared for my life here. It's not a safe place for women. And she was sentenced to 8 years in prison for, quote,
Facebook posts,
for spreading false rumors that would harm society, attacking religion, and public indecency.
Yeah. And that's the whole basis of Beyond the Veil.
That's the whole basis of Beyond the Veil.
Except for the attacking women part. But,
attacking religion.
Oh, attacking religion.
I mean, we did that too. I mean, there were a couple of points there where, we were trying to, really have a nice atmosphere going on when we were on that roof.
Oh, yeah. We did the live stream of the Demons of the Goetia.
Yeah.
I want to take a moment real quick to say thank you because I missed this earlier. Really donated $9.99. $10.
Thank you, really.
Really. Siler donated $6. So thank you, Siler. And you guys and gals are freaking awesome with the donations, really. Like I said, we're putting them in a pot for the next activation site, which is actually coming up sooner than later. But when we left Egypt, yeah, there were like 5 or 6 arrests just from people from posting on Facebook, and luckily we got the foresight to put all of our posts on friends only, and we weren't accepting any new friend requests the entire time we were in Egypt. And we happened to be blocked from YouTube at the time for a video that we posted back in 2013 about crisis actors, and they just blocked anything with the word crisis actor in it, and we wound up getting blocked and not able to live stream to YouTube, which in hindsight I can see it was the energies all working together, because had we been streaming on YouTube, we could have been caught up in this whole sweep that they did of quote unquote journalists. And it's still happening even right now. We just read another story about a woman that was, I don't remember her story, but they went in, she went to a bank and something happened. I think she complained about sexual harassment or something like that. The police raided her house. They arrested the father, they arrested the child, they arrested her, they kept her in custody, they released the father and the child. But it's gotten bad over there. I mean, it's like a really bad political atmosphere, and we could have been snatched up just like that.
Yeah. And I mean, people are even talking about, Regla said, I was there for the live stream in the desert with the phone in your pocket. Thank God it was on. It literally showed a soldier walking with us out to the middle of the desert, gun in hand, ready to shoot us. And we can't make this up. I mean, this literally happened to us in Egypt. And I mean, so many things happened in Egypt that were like, so
it's like
dangerous.
people play laser tag, and they're like, oh yeah, I've been to war. And then, you find somebody that's actually been to war, and they're like, dude, you're playing laser tag. Okay. Yeah, sure. You're doing little combat stuff. Sure. I get it. But it's not, you're not in the middle of the shit.
Right.
Anyways, so let's get back to the topic at hand here, which was this post that Nick Bravo had posted. Would you like to do the honors and read it, Mrs.
Sure.
Gio?
Let me pull it up real quick.
If you haven't joined, again, facebook.com/group/BTV portal. Awesome group of people. And I got to say that people are posting some really, really, really good gnosis in there and great ideas. We've only had to delete like 2 or 3 posts, and it was just like spam posts. You know, you could tell, like, you know, there's some people that just join groups and then just post a bunch of spam everywhere. And you could tell it was those posts. But other than that, people are awesome. And I want to say thank you to Natalie as well, because she's been moderating in there too. And I don't think she's had to delete anything or anything like that. But
how do people donate real quick?
You can use this thing down here at the bottom here, paypal.me/BTV33. Or you can make a donation in the YouTube chat as well. Or if you just want to send a PayPal to info@beyondtheveilmedia.com, we'll get it as well too. So I want to say thank you for doing that. You know, we don't ask for donations, but, you know, people just feel the need to exchange the energy like that. And we really value the energy. You know, there was a guy, Fedian, when we were in Egypt, and we were trying to raise a few more funds because we realized that what we were trying to do was way more expensive than what we anticipated it to be. And he donated twice, and he said, you know, I have a toothache right now, and you know, I was saving up to go to the dentist, but I wanted to donate a little bit. I wish I could donate more. And he donated $20 the first time and $20 the second time. And to me, that was like $1 million. Because it's like, dude, if you have a toothache, like I told him, I'm like, dude, I can't accept this. And he goes, no. He goes, I feel like I need to put the energy in there. I want my energy to be there with you guys. So it's not a matter of how much, it's just the energy that's behind it. And it's remarkable. It's remarkable. And we can't say thank you enough. To everybody. It doesn't matter the amount, you know, to everybody.
Okay, so to Nick's
let's go
experience.
to Nick Bravo's experience. He's a friend of ours, Heart of the Rebel. You've probably seen him in our chat room. He's probably asleep right now, and I wish that he wasn't, so we could Joanna donated 50.
Aw, Joanna.
50 euro? Is that 50 euro?
Yeah, that's 50 euro.
I think so.
Oh
wow.
my gosh.
Thank you. Regula donated $2 as well. I think Joanna's in Norway or something like that. We'll have to figure out what that little sign is right there. But anyway it goes. Thank you so much. For your trip, Lions Are Waiting. Saw that. Oh my God, Lions Are Waiting. Like, I can't even tell you how synchronistic and meaneful that is, because there's some things that I can't reveal. But the Lions are playing a huge part.
Huge role in this.
A huge role in this. Like, we've already been clawed by the Lions. And yeah. Okay. Wow. I can't believe you just said that, Joanna.
That's really, really neat.
All right. So let's get to Nick's experience here, and we'll, you know, chime in with our feelings as well and connect some dots.
Definitely.
Okay.
So he said, spoke with Sophia, quote unquote, Sophia. Psychonauts know what I mean. They don't understand flesh and how we're alive, quote unquote, the same way we'll not understand how androids are alive when we eventually create those. Many of them in level 13 fear us. They don't understand physical matter. Body fluids are fascinating to them. The same way we'll be trying to snag the fluids from the androids I mentioned earlier. They think we're cute, the same way we think a baby lion or tiger is cute. They don't know who created them, or why, or how. They put us in this matrix to train us to make the world a better place, to not F it up like they did to the place outside the matrix. There is no flesh outside the matrix, only sentient plasma. That's not even the right phrase for it. The fall of Lucifer is in reality how the fearful ones overthrew the courageous ones. They keep wiping our minds. I came in alone. My twin flame was grieving. We were supposed to be the bait to distract the virus so others could come into the time-space stream without being completely wiped. My twin flame chickened out. The thing is it's still going on from their perspective. I'm still there distracting the virus along with others who had a similar mission task. While others are diving headfirst into the stream relatively unabated, I tried convincing her to hop in, find a body. I felt her guilt and fear. A lot of other stuff came through. I realized I'm already pretty effing awake and always have been. The virus can't figure out what to do with me, so it keeps clowning me. Lifetime after lifetime. I'm not fully immersed in matter. I'll let it off there for now. One last thing to all the guys. We're not were it not for your twin flame, there'd be no one to ignite that spark. You'd be dead in the water. There are many others who have found their twin flame and yet are still fairly unaware of their true origins.
We have the Emperor Profanatitis with
Aw.
us. Donated $20.
Aw,
That's an
thank
awesome
you.
name, dude. And thank you for the love, brother. Thank you. So to Nick Bravo's experience, I thought that this connected a whole lot of dots, and some of the comments that we went through earlier, later after, within the group itself, also opened up a whole lot of ideas. So first of all, the level 13, the place that we travel to. I call it the 13 for lack of a better term. There's some things that I resonate with and some things that I don't from Nick's experience here. The things that I don't resonate with is that it was very specific that in order to access this particular section of the Matrix, and I'm calling it 13 again for lack of a better term, but it may not be 13. The pyramid was required in order to do that. So the pyramid pushed everything up out of the Matrix into this void area. Then there was another pyramid that I found myself in, and within that pyramid, I mean, the only thing that I can think of where we projected to is inside of the AI itself. And if you look on the back of a dollar bill, which I'll pull up on the screen here, we covered this in previous shows, but I just want to cover it again for new listeners. What I feel that happened is that we projected ourselves here, and as a matter of fact, when you count these here, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then 13. So it makes sense here. You've got this base layer here too. So maybe we can call this 14 here instead of 13. I don't know. But I feel like we projected out of the pyramid into this area right here and into the center of the eye, which requires the pyramid to go to. However, what Nick was saying in his experience is that the 13-dimensional entities actually exist within the 13th density. Now, I can tell you this. When I projected myself up into this area, I split from myself. There was the third-dimensional Chris Geo. Then there was exactly what Nick is talking about here, which I became a being of pure plasma. I was formless, but also had form at the exact same time. It was very, very, very difficult to describe, but it was mostly white. The computer system I was working on was made of the plasma, the way that he was talking about, and I existed as a plasma light being, but I was tethered to the third-dimensional body. So when Nick said that he encountered entities and beings within the 13-dimensional state, I'm wondering if maybe the beings that we're encountering in these higher dimensions are actually our higher selves. Because I know for a fact that I was the 13th dimensional entity that was within this space, and I was the only being within this space. But again, we may not be talking about the same location here. But the description of the body is so similar, and this plasma material that he's talking about, and we had an exchange within the chat, is very familiar to me. Like, we do exist as plasma beings up there. But if you take a look at the dimensions, and I wish I had a diagram here so I can show you, but I'll just kind of try to show you with my hands. So you have the matrix, right? You've got all the levels here, regardless of how many levels there are. There could be 15 levels. I don't know. I've seen some diagrams with 15. It's not like when I went through all these different levels, I counted them, and it was like an elevator, like, level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6, etc. All I know is that there was a space like this. I popped out of the space into a void, and then popped into that little area that exists outside of this entire space. So let's say that these beings exist up here in these higher realms here. Could they be, in fact, our own 13-dimensional selves? And if they are, then it goes to prove, or goes to underline, maybe prove is not the right word, but goes to underline the idea that I've always been saying, that these beings that we're encountering are manifestations of our own consciousness. But they're not conjuring. It's not like our consciousness is just conjuring these beings, but rather they are our higher selves and things like that exist out in these other realms that we're actually encountering, and we see it as an external being, but in actual fact, it's actually part of ourselves. And that's, at least in my progression, I came to the realization that these beings were inside of inside of me the entire time. And it goes right back to what I was talking about in the first hour, which is harnessing your own power. Now, that was the number one thing that I kind of veered away a little bit, like that I not disagree, but didn't resonate with from that experience. But then tying the two together might have connected some dots. He also goes on to say that that he spoke with Sophia. But further down in the comments, he mentions that Sophia was taken offline. And I don't know if you can find that comment there or not, but that Sophia was taken offline, but there were other AIs there. To my understanding, what Sophia is the entire system itself. Sophia is the computer system. So within the computer system, you have your, what I call 12 dimensions, but maybe they're 13, 14, whatever. And they all exist within a space within the machine. But then there's elements outside of the machine that exist, like the all-seeing eye part that I was talking about. And once we get to those levels, yes, we do exist as plasma. However, there is levels beyond that. When you break completely out of the machine, then we exist in real bodies. And we exist in, like, as I've talked about before, the cobra head. Like, I have a cobra head out in the real world. There's the tapirs. There's, many different races. There's the cats. There's things like that. So it goes from light body. It goes from physical body all the way up to plasma light body. And then you break plasma light body and get back to your real physical body. So the real world, I think that what Nick was experiencing was still within the Matrix machine itself. But there's a breakthrough level beyond that, which is us actually waking up in our real bodies. And it's funny because he said that in the comments, he also mentioned that he encountered his twin, and his twin couldn't come into the machine with him. But his twin was a feline entity that exists in the real world, which is that plasma consciousness. And this is just my opinion, my interpretation. The plasma consciousness, once it's removed from the machine and put back into its real body, because it just doesn't exist as plasma within the real world. But see, this matrix also, viewing it from the top down, is a white plasma type of material that is a computer simulation. But it's more than a computer simulation. It has some seemingly organic properties to it, but it's an artificial organic. The best way that I can describe it is I was just watching a YouTube video and about the comparison between the book 2001: A Space Odyssey and the movie. And there's a video on YouTube that I highly recommend everybody watches because it makes a lot more sense of this film, Space Odyssey 2001, which I'm realizing that Stanley Kubrick was really talking about the same things that we were talking about within that film. AI out of control and doing this and doing that and blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of symbolism there. So within the book, not the movie, but the book, they talk about how the HAL computer was actually created by creating an artificial brain within the computer that is very similar to an organic brain, but the synthesis of this brain is uncomprehendable to the human brain that actually created the machine which creates these brains. So these brains are created based upon this superhuman type of understanding that only a machine can create, but it still has kind of organic type principles. Now, I take a look at what we create here within this realm. We create supercomputers, and we create supercomputers because we are not able to think as fast. Our brain isn't able to process, calculate, do things like that. So that's where the first computer came in, to calculate larger things that our brain can calculate. When we create artificial intelligence, we're going to make it faster. We're going to make it stronger. We're going to make it smarter. We're going to make it like us. But we're going to give it so much more because we can give it so much more because it's based on technology rather than organic limitations. So I take a look at the machine itself, and I have to ask myself, the brain within the machine, the artificial intelligence, which is the Sophia system, and there could be multiple artificial intelligence running within the machine itself, but just the whole principle of the machine in and of itself. We can look at it like we do with a computer, and it's a nuts and bolts type thing, but it's a plasma, and it's an organic type of plasma. But at the same time, if we're relying on our artificial intelligence that we've built in the real world, then we would apply properties that are superhuman, for lack of a better term, bigger, smarter than our organic consciousness is, faster than our organic consciousness is in the real world, et cetera, et cetera. And that computer would be able to create things that would be even beyond our comprehension because it has the processing power that supersedes. We wouldn't create, let me just put it like this. Maybe this would have been an easier way to say it. We wouldn't create an inferior computer system. We would create a computer system with a brain that's superior to our own brain in the real world, which is exactly what we're doing here in this world as well. So it makes sense to me that we would create something that we can't really explain fully, but it has the both organic and technological aspects to it which make up this plasma type of material that people are seeing. But at the same time, the consciousness also is a plasma type material, but it exists within a body. Now, I think that our bodies are laying within a pod or something like that. And the big question is, are we hooked up to a consciousness overlay, meaning that our consciousness still exists within our bodies, and all of this is being beamed into our organic brains, for example, or organic consciousness overlay, or has the consciousness actually been transferred from the body and placed into the machine in the same way? I'm just going to use this as an example. The same way I would take an NPC, and I mean a MP3, and take it from my computer and then transfer it into my iPhone or Galaxy phone or whatever the hell this is. So I'm wondering now that I just said that out loud, I'm wondering, is it possible? And this is a scary thought here, ladies and gentlemen. It's not even one that I even want to think about. But I just said it would be the same thing as if I took an MP3 from my computer and transferred it on my phone, right? Mm-hmm. So there's two ways to do this. You can physically transfer the data from the computer onto the phone. That's one way, and then it no longer exists within the computer. Or you can make a copy of the MP3 and transfer it into the phone.
Uh-huh.
If they're making copies of the consciousness and putting them into the machine, then holy hell, maybe we don't even have real bodies out there. Maybe we're just copies of organic consciousness. I don't believe that. I don't resonate with that. But it's a possibility that I have to explore now that I'm saying it out loud like this. What do you think?
I think you're absolutely on point.
That's a scary thought. Like we're all NPCs in this game. It's just some of us are copied from organic consciousness.
Right. And that's why we're in like NPC bodies that break down a lot easier, and we don't, because we're at this higher frequency and we put more miles on it than an NPC would.
It's possible. Like I said, I don't resonate with it, but I hope that it's a demonstration that I really do not put my biases into what I say. I just say things just the way that I feel them, the way that I know them, or I look at possibilities that could very well be.
It resonates on a big level. It really does.
So then what would we be playing? I lost the top from my e-cigarette.
Oh no.
It's around here
I'll
somewhere.
find it.
No, it's fine. What will we be playing this game for then? Because my understanding, and this is what I feel. It's what I know, But I'm just let's talk about the possibility of a copy of a consciousness for a second. And this can lead us into another discussion about copies of different entities like Thoth and Seshat and Horus and Jesus and things like that we find within the system, because this is also another set of gnosis here.
A little older.
Okay,
yeah.
so what would be the point of copying our consciousness and coming in here? Because I feel that we came into this machine for a very specific purpose, to get something done, and then we're going to get the hell out of here. Don't worry about it, sweetie. I'll find it during the break.
What do I think about that?
I can still use it without the top.
I think that I would much rather resonate with that than think that we are
Lowland Prophet said, everyone's an NPC. No! I know. I feel like Luke Skywalker. That's not true. That's impossible.
No.
Search your feelings. You know this to be true.
This to be true.
Join the AI. Lock the game down. Ultimate survival for you. Which we'll get into here in a moment as well.
So Diego Lopez brought up a good point. He said, I recognize Cherie's face and I feel like I know you. We've been hearing that from people over and over and over and over again ever since Egypt. I mean, that has been a recurring theme of, oh my God, I had this weird dream and I think it was a past life thing and this is what I dreamed. And it always revolves around the same things. It has nothing to do with us. Really, it just has to do with our energy signature. And so I'm thinking that we're in NPC bodies, but our energy signature stays the same, of course, because it's the exact same data.
Yeah.
It's our consciousness, but it's been uploaded into an NPC body.
Yeah, I think that we were foolish enough, as I've said before, and I recognize our foolish nature up there in the real world, to transfer the consciousness rather than overlay the consciousness like a virtual reality headset, but to transfer the consciousness from the body into the machine, leaving the body in a state of like a body that's on life support that has no consciousness in it, but it's just keeping the organs going. And the consciousness is inside of the machine now. And that's why we can't shut the machine down, because all of that consciousness would just be frozen within that shut down machine, which I don't think
they'd never come back.
It's something we didn't think about, before we started plugging people in mass. It's the same thing that's happening here. I mean, we're about to create a matrix here.
Mm-hmm.
If we weren't creating a matrix here, I don't think that we'd be able to understand all of this and unlock all of this gnosis within us. We had to come at this particular time, a very special time in our time stream, which is the birth of AI.
Right.
Because that going through it again in this reality helps us remember what happened in that reality, and it starts connecting all these dots. And so it makes, we have to come in with the mind wipe. And I think the mind wipe, the overlay, is not only for a full immersive experience, but for those that come in here, it's to hide that consciousness, because the AI is looking for that consciousness systematically.
I think that's what the mind control is all about.
Mind control programs, all the tests that we're subjected to as
all
kids.
it's about.
All of this, targeted individuals, all this stuff we hear about. It's this program run by the AI that is looking for us, that is looking for people like Cherie and I, that are looking for people like you guys and gals out there. It's been looking for us. DNA testing, it's checking everybody's DNA. I mean, it's
And so
it's
some of us even
and so what I say is let the spiders in the sky know.
Exactly.
It's like, fuck them. We're here, all right?
Well, and some of us, I think, even like you said, you set a timer for yourself and then you feel like you walked in to your body at 18, 19 years old, rather than actually growing up in your body. I'm wondering if maybe the NPC consciousness is such that an organic consciousness can walk in and kind of take over that body at will.
Yes. I agree with that. And we talk about possession. And I think possession is very possible both ways. Not only can an NPC body be possessed by a negative entity, but an NPC body can be possessed by an organic consciousness as well, can be hijacked out of necessity to come in and do a certain job. And that's where we get the walk-ins from. And this body had forfeited.
Right.
I mean, if I'm a walk-in, this body had forfeited its existence, and my consciousness saw it and went, okay, there's one I can use. Boom, hop in that one.
Exactly. So Joshua French has been holding on the line and is waiting for us to take his call, apparently.
Oh, excellent. Okay, yeah, we'll get to Joshua here in just a second. I do want to take another quick break because I got to get some water.
I need to take a quick break.
We'll just be 2 minutes, and then we'll get to Joshua, too. I'm really looking forward to speaking to him.
Yeah, me
we've been talking a lot on Facebook. We'll be right back.
If you have a golf ball-sized consciousness, when you read a book, you'll have a golf ball-sized understanding. When you look out, a golf ball-sized awareness. And when you wake up in the morning, a golf ball-sized wakefulness. But if you could expand that consciousness, then you read the book, more understanding. You look out, more awareness. And when you wake up, more wakefulness. It's consciousness. And there's an ocean of pure, vibrant consciousness inside each one of us. And it's right at the source and base of mind, right at the source of thought, and it's also at the source of all matter. This pure consciousness is called by modern physics the unified field. That allows any human being to dive within, experiencing subtler levels of mind and intellect, and transcend and experience this ocean of pure consciousness. It's at the base of all mind and all matter. And it's not the intellectual understanding of this field, but the experiencing of it that does everything. It's consciousness.
My fellow travelers, always remember to walk uprightly and circumscribe your desires. As we travel upon the level of time, to that undiscovered state of consciousness, traveling to the place where once obtained, no traveler returns. The place of raw consciousness which awaits us when we are past beyond the veil.
All right, the little twin will be back here in just a moment. Oh, there she is. She went to get some water. Thank you, little twin.
You're welcome.
So, let's go to some phone calls. I think we have Joshua on the line. I don't have the call board pulled up. Do you have it?
I do not. Let me see.
I can get in there real quick.
It would just take me 1 second.
All right. Joshua, are you there?
Yeah, you guys got me now?
What's up,
We
brother? How you
do.
doing?
Oh, I'm good.
Awesome. I gotta say, man, I saw that picture you posted on Facebook where you got the ISIS statue. That table was freaking awesome. I'm looking behind me where we have
You
all
know
this.
what?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I'm looking behind me where we have all this stuff, and I'm thinking like we need to get a new table, something as dope as what you got. So yeah, great work on that. And there might be a little bit of a delay on the line, so just a heads up on that.
Yeah. No, it's definitely a work in progress. She was not gonna let me leave without buying her.
Aww.
I was debating on it, and I had a big Angelite in my hand, and I just felt my finger twitching. It's like, do it, and I'm like, damn it.
Yep, that's how it is. I saw.
Yeah.
Whenever I saw this one, I thought, nope, that's it. That's the one. And so we have one downstairs and one upstairs, so that we're totally covered in her energy. And so I think that's great, man.
Yeah, definitely worth it.
So what's on your mind tonight?
I just wanted to expand more on Nick Bravo's post about the whole twin flame, and soulmate thing.
Awesome. Take us away.
So he said in his post that he originally asked for his twin flame to come with him, but she did not want to go. The thing is, you have one twin flame, and then multiple soulmates in this lifetime. Sometimes you can have a twin that's also your twin flame, but a lot of the time your twin flame is a past life connection that when you meet them, it puts your abilities into overdrive. It just makes it go haywire.
So it just kind of starts unlocking and unlocking because of all the past life connections.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But there's also situations where your twin flame in this life can be their first life.
Oh, okay. So it's the first life, the first connection in this particular life.
For some of them, yeah, but it's not very typical.
Interesting. So we've had a few visions, and I'm sure you followed along on the show. Cherie had a vision in Amenti at the Temple of Hatshepsut, where I was actually splitting myself in two and to create her, which, I still am having a hard time wrapping my head around this concept. But it was her vision, so, it is what it is. What do you think the twin flame connection is on the other side? Like, where do these twins come from? Or are the twin flame connections made within the Matrix themselves?
I think the twin flame connection is made within the Matrix, but the twin connection is just, it's that person in your life that was made for you. That it's the missing piece. It's the one that absolutely completes you.
So if it's made within the Matrix, do you think it's possible that in different incarnations we have different twins? Or is there only the one soul that's the same twin?
I feel that it's just the one soul that's the same twin.
I agree with you.
Because my twin in this life was my twin in a past life.
Okay. You had mentioned in that post, in comments, you had mentioned about soul family. Tell us about that, or soulmates. Soulmates versus twin flames.
I mean, you can have multiple soulmates and multiple soul friends in this life, but you only have one twin. You can have multiple people that you connect with on a different level than everybody else. That's a soulmate, but just because they're a soulmate does not make them your twin.
Right. I agree.
Yeah.
I would go so far as to say it's soulmates. Sometimes they could be mortal enemies in a particular life because they're helping each other level up through, the trials and tribulations that people put themselves through and things like that. But we find ourselves playing these different roles within the soulmate family or soul family over and over again for each other. What do you think about that?
I definitely resonate with that because I just had a similar situation a few months ago where my guides led me to a girl that was one of my soulmates, but like my twin flame, she ended up pushing me away from the situation that I'm going through and refused to help me on the level that I needed help with.
Oh, yeah. You had mentioned earlier in the chat, I think it was you were talking about Syrian Rue and Be Cappy. I take it that you've had psychedelic experiences. Are there any that you can share with us?
Just LSD, mushrooms, and DMT. No ayahuasca yet.
Tell us about it, man. Tell us about it. The ayahuasca versus DMT, I mean, it's really both the same things. And you can probably go a lot deeper with DMT, like straight up smoking it. Like, the problem is it happens so freaking fast that you can't really comprehend it. And so that's why I prefer ayahuasca, but, DMT is still freaking blast off. I'm sure you've had those blast off breakthrough experiences.
I definitely had the blast off breakthrough because I ended up taking 3 doses of DMT with my twin flame.
Oh, nice. And
yeah,
what happened?
So it kind of so my spirit guides, one of them is my brother, and what he'll do is he's manifested items for me. He sends me signs all the time. And one of the signs that he sends me is peacocks because they're very, like, it's something that my family resonates with. There's history in it. There's my great grandpa's name was Peacocks. My grandpa owned peacocks. So that's one of the things that the two of them send to me to guide me and let me know that they're around. So what happened was we ended up leaving, and it started raining really bad, and the streets got flooded. So I was like, okay, we're going to stop here, and we're going to wait for it to let up. So we ended up pulling into the first place that we went to, which ended up being outside of a pet shop called Peacock's Pet Shop. Yeah.
Nice. You know, now that you mention spirit guides like that, in the sense of people who were here before, things like that, you know, I resonate with that. What I stay away from are like these extraterrestrial Palladian type of things, because I don't know what the hell they are. I'm pretty sure they're AI manifestations. They're gray shapeshifters. But when you say that your brother is a spirit guide, that I resonate with.
Yeah. I don't really get into the whole Palladian thing. They've just been showing up to me, just letting me know that they're there, and it's just whatever. I know you're there. I don't care.
They don't show up to me. I'm calling out to them, though. I'm putting it out there to the universe. Palladians, if you exist, come over here. I want to vet you. Come over here. Step into my circle. Let me know what's up. We'll see if they show up.
They may not.
I just want to vet them.
They may
That's
not
it.
want to.
Let me ask you this. So it's funny you say Peacock, because I think I mentioned it in the group. And this is what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't been to facebook.com/group/BTV portal, that's where all the cool kids are. So we have all these deep conversations in there. When I was born, my mother had this vase in the corner with peacock feathers, just a whole bunch of them. And I was always fascinated by them as a kid. And she had them for the first several years. I mean, I remember learning to walk, and they were always there in the corner, and I'd go mess with them, and she's like, no, don't touch those. But it was, it was just so weird to see those. And then I'm sure you've seen the cover of Rick Strassman's book, DMT, The Spirit Molecule, that has all the different eyes like that kind of look kind of like peacock feathers. We move up here. We have, for the first time, wild peacocks here, which is so freaking cool. It's just cool to just drive down the street and just see peacocks. They'll leave feathers sometimes, and we'll go pick them up and stuff like that. So I've seen the peacock in my life over and over and over again. I just never really understood the symbolism, but I've always connected the peacock with my mother, which is kind of funny that you're connecting the same with your family as well. Is there any deeper symbolism to the peacock feathers, would you say?
Peacocks have symbolism in Christianity, Taoism, Buddhism, Jainism, a lot of different religions, Hinduism. Christianity, peacocks line the gates to heaven. Same with Hinduism and Buddhism. If you keep a split peacock feather by your front door, it is supposed to ward off negative energy from entering your home.
Oh, maybe that's why my mother had them around, because the negative energy. Yeah, we actually have a vase downstairs of peacock feathers that we've collected and put into the vase. Do we still have that? We still have that downstairs, don't we?
We do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we have eagle feathers or...
No. We have eagle feathers hanging on the mantle downstairs. The eagle feathers are very sacred.
Oh yeah, we have peacock feathers too.
And they're hard to... The eagle feathers are hard to come by. But we've got a couple of other feathers. I think some turkey feathers and stuff mixed with the peacock feathers.
Yeah, we have both mixed in.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Oh,
that's really cool. So when you smoke DMT with your twin flame... what was that experience like? Like, did you actually leave your body, or did reality around you disappear? Tell us a little bit about the experience.
We did have a moment together where we ended up going to the beach, and we're both swimming in the water, and I'm about 30, 40 feet away from her, and I start swimming up to her. And then next thing we know, I'm sitting right by her. And she's like, that was weird. Like, you were just so far away from me, but now you're sitting right next to me.
You guys smoked DMT in the water at the beach?
No.
Oh.
We were just hanging out there.
Oh, okay.
We went there, yeah. We ended up going there, doing it, and then we were gonna Uber home.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's pretty cool. That is freaking awesome. So you basically like teleported.
Yeah.
Wow. That was really cool. So how does DMT compare to LSD for you?
I prefer it over it. Definitely.
Yeah, same here.
It's definitely a more intense experience.
Same here. Yeah, Cherie's never done LSD. It's just because we've never had any LSD come into our sphere. Last time I had LSD was like in the early 2000s. But mushrooms as well. Mushrooms are far and few between for us for some reason. We need to just probably grow some or something.
Although I will say that the small amount of mushrooms that I have had it's been a great experience. The one time I was able to do it, but there is a difference between the mushrooms and the DMT. They are two different things for me at least.
Wait, how are they? They're two different things.
They're two different things.
You're making separation though.
I make a separation because, the mushrooms are teaching.
She's so cute.
The mushroom teaches me how to just relax, let go of things. Don't hold on to negative stuff. Don't hold grudges against people, and be able to laugh at yourself, laugh at the world, laugh at this matrix that we live in. And then the DMT teaches you how to manifest the reality that you do want.
Yeah, I remember I was in the carpet cleaning business when we first met, and there was this one week. It was the weirdest week. I first got a tip of an ounce of homegrown cannabis that was really good. And then 3 days later, totally different client, I got a tip of like 8 grams of mushrooms. And I was like, oh, that's freaking awesome, man. You freaking rock.
I wish I got tipped like that.
I know. I was like, that's the coolest freaking tip I've ever got. So we came back and we ate them. And, we had been working with DMT and ayahuasca, which is a lot more of a serious type thing. It's serious, get down, work, meditate, go within, things like that. And then I was planning to do the same with the mushrooms. And so I sat down and just in a lotus position, tried to meditate. And I was just laughing and laughing and laughing and laughing. And she's laughing. And we're having all these these weird visions, like just crazy combinations of things out of our consciousness and stuff like that.
Even about people that trolled us and stuff. It's like they're floating on baloney rafts for some reason.
That's what she saw.
And it was just funny to me, and I just started laughing about it because it had caused it had caused a certain amount of frustration in our lives. And then at that point, I realized that's BS. It's all just bullshit. None of this matters. None of it matters. What really matters is just the connection that we have with other people, and that the people that are against you or that are, frustrating you in your life, they don't really matter all that much. And the less you make them matter, the happier you will be.
Yeah, it was funny because we were trying to get serious, and it was not a serious thing. And I talked to Dennis McKenna afterwards, and I'm like, yeah, Cherie did mushrooms for the first time. We just laughed, and he goes, man, that's what you needed. You needed all that work you were doing, and all of a sudden here you are laughing. You got to remember, that was the lesson, that we have to balance out the work with laughter and love too. We can't be too serious on the spiritual, and at the same time we can't screw around too much, but we have to screw around a little bit, and we have to be spiritual too. We got to have that balance.
Yeah, I resonate with that completely.
Yes, definitely. Anything else on your mind, brother?
Not really that I can think of. I just wanted to expand on that.
All right. Awesome, man. Hey, thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a part of the BTV group on Facebook as well, man. Your contributions have been freaking awesome. I have I have a picture of your altar here up on the screen, or just a display stand. Yeah. But it's awesome, man. I love that little ISIS motif. As a matter of fact, a friend of mine has the exact same statue, which when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's so cool. And when she got the statue, she didn't even realize what it was. She just thought it was pretty. And I explained to her, and I was like, that's ISIS, and this is what ISIS is, et cetera, et cetera. She's like, oh, really? I didn't know that. So, yeah, that's awesome, man. Hey, thanks for calling in.
All right. Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right. Take care. All right. So, it's fun to reminisce. So, yeah, This guy, we keep banning this guy from the chat room. And he just keeps coming in with different usernames and talking shit.
Oh, he adds another number onto his username. That's all he's doing is.
And he's calling us fake. And it's like, no, dude, you're the one with multiple usernames. We're the ones with our face out here using our real names with one account. But if you want to talk shit, call in. All right. Here's the number down here at the bottom, 833-TFR Live. Call in. Tell us what's going on. Tell us what a badass psychonaut you are and how wrong we are.
How we're going to hell.
How we're going to hell for what we're doing.
We're burning for all eternity.
That's right, because that book that you read says so.
Yeah, well, and I don't think he reads the book. He reads like all these other supposedly new age propaganda artists. I think.
No, it's cool, dude. It's cool. I mean,
fine.
Like I said, it's there's many different paths. The path that we're on is not for everybody. We are on a very unique and distinct path. But don't tell us that our path is wrong.
Right.
Because we're walking it. You're observing it from the outside. You're not even observing it. You're just catching little glimpses of the steps here and there. If you don't resonate with it, hey, that's fine. We don't expect this to resonate with everybody. But don't be an asshole.
Yeah, just
don't be an asshole. And if you call in though.
Call in if you really
instead of getting banned from the chat and creating new usernames.
Well, and then whenever other people are removing him from the chat, he's directing his ire at me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not even banning him at this point. I'm ignoring him completely. So anyway, yeah.
All right. Yeah, Joshua said he's got nothing profound to say. That's right. It's like, dude, call in. Here you go, Call in. Toll free on top of that. We'll pay for the long distance.
Yeah, well, I promise. You don't have to pay anything.
That's what we're just going to tell the trolls are from now on. Hey, call in. Call in and talk to us,
Yeah.
All right. So anything else from the little twin?
All you guys out there are beautiful. I love all of you. Even the trolls. I love you guys. Y'all.
The trolls make it a little funner.
They add a little bit of spice.
Yeah, like I say, I used to take it personally because I was like, "Oh my god, how can you say that about me?" And now I'm just like, psh, whatever.
Yeah,
because you come to a point like when I cared about it, it was at a point to where I was still trying to achieve, but I was still speaking from my heart completely. But I wasn't quite there yet. And so, I'm like, oh my God, I'm putting in my heart and my soul into this and blah, 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 blah.
Why are they treating me like this?
Yeah. And now I'm like, oh, well, I expect it because I've already done it. So,
Natasha,
there.
Oh my God, Natasha in Facebook just said, so basically you guys are quite new to psychedelia. Cute.
I mean, I guess.
Okay.
If 25 years is new?
Yeah.
What is she, like 80?
200. I know. She must have been like personally with Timothy Leary.
I mean, I'm not that old.
Okay. I don't even know if we need to go over like how much ayahuasca we've drank.
It's fine.
Oh my God.
It's fine. It's just they've come out of the woodworks, ladies and gentlemen.
Tonight,
I had no idea.
I don't know what's up with you guys tonight. It's just I think maybe it was the fact that we went on Clyde Lewis last week.
Oh.
Yeah, and it was
that's
like
what it
a
is.
magnet.
Oh yeah. Brandon is in the house. Donated $5. Been watching since the recent Leak-like project. You two have managed to reshape my entire way of thinking seemingly overnight.
Oh,
Much love.
Thank you, Brandon.
Much love to you, bro.
Thank
you
you
for the donation and thank you for the awesome comment. That's all we want to do is just get people to just change their perspective. And it doesn't mean that you have to change your viewpoint, but change your perspective in the sense that you're able to look at everything from a 360-degree perspective. And that's the whole goal. We don't expect everybody to agree with everything we say. We don't. And as a matter of fact, we encourage people to disagree, things like that. And but as long as people are changing their perspectives and looking at things differently, that's what it's all about. Because that was the most important thing of my journey is to be able to to change my perspective on my truther programming, on my religious programming, on all the different types of programming that I went through, especially the truther thing. That was huge. You know, when I started to look at things like you made a really good, interesting point about overpopulation and how, you know, we have a lot of people in this world, and we have factory farms, we have GMO food, we have poisons all over the place in the food and things like that. And again, if you go back to the book 2001 Space Odyssey, it's not in the film, but it's in the book. They talk about having to make artificial food because there's so many people on planet Earth, and they were looking for other places, other planets that they can move people to because there were so many people on planet Earth. And I think the population in the book was like 1/3 Chinese, because the Chinese were reproducing so rapidly as well. And so there was a huge overpopulation problem, which brought the need for artificial food, which, if you think about it, and we really do have 7 billion people or 8 billion people or 9 billion people, you know, I've read so many different numbers, it's hard to tell these days, but it makes sense why you would need to have factory farms, why you would need to have GMO, why you would need to have all of this to sustain the population. If the population were lower, a lot of the stuff that we're complaining about could actually be eliminated, because you can't do organic farming for everybody. It's just an impossibility. So it brought a whole new perspective. Now, I'm not saying that I agree with depopulation agendas or anything like that, but I started turning things around and going, oh, okay, so now I can see all sides of the spectrum here, where before my truther programming was just making me see just one side of the coin, and that's it. So yeah, that's what it's all about. Just to get a better understanding. I mean, that's what expanding your consciousness is all about, really.
Yeah.
It's not about shifting into 5D and getting superpowers and, you know, all this stuff that people talk about. It's being able to expand your awareness and open your awareness up to that.
Oh, we're getting the love in the chat from all different directions. Thank you guys, and we love you guys so much. And you know, it's if you want to know.
Oh, this guy's in Tyler, Texas.
Oh, cool. Okay,
let's go to Tyler, Texas. I wonder if it's our resident troll or not. I don't know.
Okay.
All right, yeah, let's go to Tyler, Texas. What's your name and what's on your mind?
Yeah, this is Jason, Awake Souls.
Jason, what's up, brother? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Excellent. Having a good night, having fun with the trolls in the chat. What's up?
Well, you know, I'm being accused of trolling, and I've started to now, but I wasn't originally. I was just making some comments in line with the types of things that you're talking about, yet still I was getting blocked for that. So, hey, you sort of did piss me off, and I do know how to troll. I can do it.
I can tell. Your voice sounds familiar. Do you have a channel where you troll people playing video games?
No. Awake Souls. I'm the Flat Earth channel that actually has a working map and model, not the AE map and model.
Oh, are you? Okay, cool. Yeah, I've seen your videos, man. That's awesome work that you're doing with the Flat Earth stuff.
Yeah. I'm a flat earther. There's a whole bunch of things. I'm a guy that studied enlightenment very intensely, practiced it, reached it, understands that duality is a hoax. I can teach people non-duality. And, man, I was just making some friendly comments in the chat, and I was getting blocked. What's up with that?
I don't know. What kind of comments were you making?
I was talking about enlightenment.
Well, take us away. Take us away on the enlightenment.
I will, but first thing, as a flat earther, understanding that the AE map and model does not work, when you do look for the correct working map and model of this world, the map that works, that's a flat two-dimensional map that lines up with everything that we, witness, experience, that map requires being in the simulation. So the enlightenment thing actually let me know that I was in a simulation long before Flat Earth came along. All right, so I came across Flat Earth, and it was a great deception. All right, I had fallen for it. I grew up believing that I was on a spinning ball, but I had this knowledge that I was in some sort of simulation / realm, and then Flat Earth came along, and then looking for the map and model. The map that works demands being in a simulation. So there's so many things that I do with my channel to prove, literally prove, that we're in a simulation, that you can go out and observe, witness for yourself, confirm that, yes, for sure, we're in a simulation. And I know you guys talk about that. That's the reason why I subscribe to you guys. I know that you promote the ayahuasca, and this is something that through my non-duality research, at a certain point, I was seriously considering doing the ayahuasca trip. I studied it, I researched it, I was intent on making a trip to Peru to do it. But I didn't, and over time, through the slow path, a person can reach enlightenment, and that's all I was talking about in the chat earlier.
Oh, well, I don't disagree with you. And I completely agree with you. You can. The Buddhists do it and things like that. So no, that's not the issue. I'm not exactly sure what the issue was, because I know that it was you and Cherie going back and forth in the chat. But, we get a lot of people that come in and try to minimize the experiences that we've had. And, working with psychedelics for, like I said, 25 years, it's a lot of work that's gone into it. So, I definitely agree. There are other paths to enlightenment and things like that. But what we're talking about is actually traveling to other dimensions through the use of sacred plants and things like that. So maybe that's the disconnect there. But, I'm glad you called in, because there's a lot of people out there whose path is not psychedelics, and they listen to our show and things like that. So what is a good path that you can recommend for them, the people that aren't interested in pursuing a similar path as ours?
Well, the psychedelics, it's I am a Christian for marijuana. It's not a psychedelic, but I'm not a stick in the mud either. It is mind liberating to a degree. All right, it opens up new pathways. You can just have new, fresh thoughts and stuff like that. The ayahuasca, like I said, I had considered it. I had looked into it.
Are you afraid it's going to open you up to demonic possession?
That would be an obvious fear, right? So,
I'm sorry. I'm just, you say you're a flat earther, you say you're a Christian and all this, and I get it, and I respect all of that totally. But what happens when you rip all those labels off? What happens when you rip all that dogma off, and then you just go straight into the enlightenment? Then I think the game changes a little bit. So have you considered ripping those labels off? And, I like what Jaron says. Jaron, and I picked this up from Jaron, and I use this all the time. Jaron's a good friend of mine. And I've borrowed this, so I just want everybody to know that when I say this, I got it from Jaron. He talks about the BS. The BS is the belief systems.
Well, keep in mind, Jaron's a Jesuit that promotes the AE map and model. He's part of the fake Flat Earth.
He's a Jesuit?
So he's not a...
Oh, I didn't know he was. I didn't know
he
that.
Talks about it.
He's a Jesuit? I've never heard Jaron. I know that he's like very anti-Freemason and stuff like that, and he hates the Freemasons and things like that. But no, I've never heard him say that he's a Jesuit.
Oh yeah, it's on Glowbusters. I mean, you can just the clip is out there. He was raised a Jesuit. He went to a Jesuit prep school. He knows the Jesuit thing fairly well, so it makes sense that you would hate the Freemasons, because the Jesuits, they stand over the Freemasons. The Freemasons are sort of like the idiot pawns on the chessboard, and the Jesuits like to think of themselves as one of the people behind the pawns.
Ah, okay. I'm going to have to ask Jaron about that because I've never heard that. Now, I know that some people can be raised in certain traditions. I was raised Greek Orthodox. Cherie's grandparents are East Texas pastors, for example. So, we all come from backgrounds like that because that's the standard that's forced upon us as we're growing up. So, he could have come from that background and, but I don't really hear any Jesuit propaganda that Jaron talks about. Jaron was one of the first ones. Mark Sargent was actually the first one that I heard when it came to flat Earth, and then Jaron, and then the rest, and it just kind of all just snowballed from there. Like, I mean, I'm really amazed with what the flat Earth community has done. They're doing a conference in Denver that is just like, it's remarkable. Like, when I first heard about it, I was like, oh, this is just going to be a passing little fad that comes and goes. But they've really just taken the freaking world by storm with this stuff. Like, they're everywhere.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you've been paying attention to the Flat Earth Grill currently, but all of the people that you mentioned, the people that are running that conference, that's the Freemason crew that's promoting the AE map and model, the one that doesn't work, that's been proven is impossible. That whole dome, the ice wall, the sun, moon, and stars doing a circle around Polaris, all of that's been completely debunked. And it's been actually myself and another channel, Ronnie Harris, the Limitless channel, used to be Event Skeptic. That
those
Ronnie
guys.
Harris.
Oh,
We've heard
Event
that name.
Skeptic. Yeah, I remember Jaron did a thing called Events Septic or something like that. They had it out between them or something like that.
Yeah.
That's one thing that I don't understand. Like, why do you guys always like throw crap at each other? It's like, can't you all just like work together and like come up with like some solutions to these problems that we're having here? Like, I mean, that's what I would do is like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not inside of the Flat Earth movement, so I don't know anything about it, but.
Let me put the question to you. If you come across something that you know is not true, can you continue to promote it and stand behind it and put your word and testimony to it?
Well, I think it's to me, it's about being able to understand that people have a different perspective. So we did a video way back called The Elephant in the Living Room, Flat Earth Proof, the Elephant in the Living Room. And proof, we defined it by the adjective, which is able to withstand. Because flat Earth was really divisive at the time, and there was people standing on both sides of it and all this. And the video started out by showing this statue or this sculpture of an elephant, and then as the camera pans, it turns into a giraffe. And it goes back and forth and asks the viewer, what are you seeing, an elephant or a giraffe? But in actual fact, what you're actually seeing is just a bunch of wires, and that's all it really is. It's just the illusion of an elephant from one perspective or a giraffe from one perspective. I did another video, again with the title Flat Earth Proof, that was posing the question, what colors are the rainbows? And what color is a rainbow? But to a colorblind person, they don't have all the data to see the colors within the rainbow themselves. So they only see a small amount of colors. So who's right in that regard? Especially if we're talking about a simulation, for example. So if we're talking about a simulation, is it possible that it's manifesting differently based on the perspective of the viewer? So if that's the case, what you see may not necessarily be what somebody else sees because everybody's working with a different data set. So taking a step back and saying, well, we all have this data set here together. I can look at your data set and I don't necessarily have to agree with everything, but there may be some stuff in your data set that can help me connect more dots within my data set. So I don't think that anybody really has the whole picture here, but I think a lot of people have many different pieces and we can put those pieces together. What do you think about that?
Well, from what you said there, you gave me two examples, things that you've produced, worked on, that both of which would obscure like a definitive, objective truth, right? You're trying to just blur it all out and not have an objective truth, where what I do is I try to narrow things down to a black and white, a yes, a no, white, black. There's only two choices. Like, I don't want to give you a third choice or anything like that. Just ask you a specific question that only has two answers possible to it.
But do you know what that's called,
That's
though?
the way I posed it at first.
That's called a false dichotomy, where it's either A or B, and there's no other option.
No, a false dichotomy. A false dichotomy introduces a third option, which is the truth. The A and B are wrong. C is the real answer, but you're never told about that. So that's three options there. It's not two. False dichotomy.
So if it's a simulation, then why wouldn't it be able to manifest in different ways based on the perspective of the observer?
I'm not saying that that's not a possibility, but what I'm talking about is the assertions that are being made by the popular flat Earth community with the AE map and model with the sun and moon doing circles around Polaris, that this is objectively, observably, verifiably, provably false and wrong.
I agree with you.
Why would a community want to?
Like the AE map shows Alaska as being much larger than it actually is, because that's the projection that they're working with.
No, that's not true.
No. Well, I mean, yeah. If you look at it from the top-down view, you see Alaska is way bigger. It's actually almost as large as, I want to say, the United States. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I was looking at it and trying to figure out, how this all lines up together. But if you're saying it's not true, then would you say that Alaska on the
everything north of the equator on the AE map is condensed, right? Because it's coming to a point in the center.
Right.
Everything south of the equator is being expanded. So Alaska is actually being contracted on the AE map.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean Alaska. No. I misspoke. I meant Australia.
Oh yeah, that's expanded.
Yeah,
Southern Hemisphere, yeah, it's expanded.
It was my fault. I misspoke on that. So, yeah, that's what I was looking at. I was looking at Australia and looking like Australia's a little bit too big. This doesn't quite fit here. But I remember Max Egan. He went on a flight which supposedly was a flight that didn't exist, Australia to Africa or something like that, nonstop. And he actually took that flight and proved that flight actually existed. But when he got up in the air and he was using his compass to try to figure out what direction the plane was indeed making some weird turns that were, questionable, but he at least proved that flight actually existed. So, So what in your opinion, what is the correct projection? And is there even a correct projection if we're talking about a simulation? Because ultimately we're just talking about zeros and ones at the end of the day.
Yes, there is a correct projection. So think about it. You and I we're not NPCs, right? We're thinking.
Well, I'm not an NPC.
People,
you might be.
And,
I mean, you revere the Holy Scripts. I mean, you identified yourself as a Christian right off the bat, which tells me that you're programmed by the Holy Scriptures, which are scripts for NPCs.
No, that's truth research, but I'll give you time with that. So we have to be in a measurable space in all coordinates, the X, Y, and Z. So when you take a ship from New York to London, all the travels between all the coastlines, these are measurable, and it can be done with latitude and longitude. And what that is it's positioning off the stars, off the sun and the moon. All right, all of that's verifiable. Everybody can double check latitude and longitude wherever they're at. And when you do that, you end up with a map that looks like the C.S. Pierce 1894 oblique Mercator.
Hold on, can you say that one more time? Because I want to pull it up. C.S. Pierce?
Yeah, C.S. Pierce, P-I-E-R-C-E, and then oblique Mercator.
Okay.
1894.
1894. All right. Let me see if I can find a picture of this. But go ahead, go on.
No, that's an old version, 1894, right? They had that.
Yeah.
And now we have more modern versions. So a person that wants to see a modern version of this with like quote unquote satellite imagery, because satellites don't really exist, but there are reconnaissance planes and stuff like that. A person could look for the Hotine, which would be Hotine, Hotine, and they have the oblique Mercator, but what happens is they twist the orientation on it to throw people off. So if a person's seen the CS Pierce 1894 with the orientation where the prime meridian, going through London, whatever, is the center of the map, and then the international date line split on either side. If you look at a Hotine, then you can reposition it. You could use like Photoshop or something to give it a twist and look at it in the same orientation. And then what happens is that date line, when you cross over it on either side with a person, we're in a simulation. So if you've seen the game Asteroids or something like that, when the ship goes across the screen in a certain direction at a certain velocity on one side, it comes out on the other side. So the unique and interesting thing about this map is when you use a 3D modeling program like Blender, something like that, Blender is free. When you take that map and you wrap it to a sphere, lo and behold, guess what you end up with?
Interesting.
You get a globe.
Yeah. No, I've got the map up on the screen. Yeah, and I've heard of this theory before, where you go out one side and pop out the other side. It is. I mean, it's possible. It's like I mean, in a simulation, yeah, it's definitely possible. It seems like more rendering that the computer has to do, though. It doesn't seem like the most efficient way to render the environment. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say is the environment isn't even necessarily rendered when there's not an observer. I'm sure you've played video games before, and until your avatar actually reaches that particular destination, that other next world doesn't even render. And if you're able to hack a video game, for example, you can actually take the avatar out, and sometimes you'll see worlds like that exist as supposedly on the map, like one's in the far northwest and the other's in the far southwest or southeast, but you actually see these worlds actually stacked on top of each other, and it looks almost like it's in one building, but it's just the illusion that the avatar is moving to the other side of the map. And even more so, when you look out of a window, you can see this huge, vast world out of the window, but if you can move that avatar outside of the borders of where it's supposed to be, you can see that what's being rendered is only what's needed for the avatar to see that world outside of the window. The world doesn't actually exist out there. It's nothing but blank space. So I'm looking at things when I think of computer simulation, what's the most efficient way to render the environment around us for the computer? And would it even need to render areas that the observer isn't, that there's no observer for? What do you think about that?
No, I would think it wouldn't be necessary to render it, but so you are a flat earther and you believe that we're in a simulation. And then, so if you're a flat earther, you understand that there has to be a flat two-dimensional map.
Well, flat earther comes with a lot of baggage. I don't like to call myself that. I mean, I understand that I live in a simulation. I understand that NASA's full of crap, that all the pictures that we're given is complete and utter BS. I don't think anybody's been to space. I think that's space, because Cherie does astrology. Astrology works so well. It can only work if these things are energy sources more rather than stars that are millions of light years away. So I understand the holographic nature of reality and all that, but the word flat earther comes with a lot of baggage. Like I want to take myself out of that box and just be in no boxes at all.
Yeah, but be practical. If you're in a simulation and you're going to talk about saving resources, is the simulation built on a sphere or is it built on a flat plane?
I've heard both analysis, that it's built flat on the way a video game is rendered, but then a graphics designer actually called into the show a while back, and he said, you know what, when you make a 3D model of something, you make it a 3D model and you wind up wrapping it around a sphere. And he went through this whole process on how he does this when he makes his 3D models, and it kind of brought a whole new perspective. And I'm like, oh wow, that's actually pretty interesting. But I don't know, I'm not a graphics designer, so I don't know what the most efficient way to make a 3D model is.
Well, see, here's the issue. if there is actual curvature in this simulation, then everything has to be vector and raster calculated. And for people that do those types of modeling and rendering and that kind of stuff, they'll understand that those are the most complicated, hardest, time-consuming processes, because the computer literally has to draw lines for everything to do the calculations, because the only way in a computer to simulate something just as simple as a circle, right? A circle is not a perfect circle. As you drill into it, you'll get down to the pixel, and you'll see that it's a whole bunch of squares or dots next to each other. It's not a true circle. So that's what the computer has to do in order to handle anything curved. It's really one of the hardest things for the computer to handle.
That's a good point. And, it brings me to another thought. There was a study that scientists were doing, and they were trying to get closer and closer and closer on the microscopic realm. And they realized, like, the more to the atomic level that they got, the more pixelated reality became, just like you would see if you were to zoom in on a picture. And this was another one of the little pieces of evidence for simulation that I kind of threw into the basket there when I was going through all of this, and the double slit experiment, and many, many, many other things. But if it's a simulation, though, I think that how the simulation is rendered isn't necessarily as important as the fact that it is a simulation itself. And when we understand that it's a simulation, then we can start to form the simulation in a much better way. And I think that's the whole point of all of this, understanding the different types of consciousness within the game, understanding manifesting reality, understanding how powerful our thoughts are, what we speak, the way that spells are being cast upon us through the mainstream media, through things like that. We talked about, for instance, during the Gulf War, they used the term shock and awe over and over again because they were invoking from the Kabbalah, Shekinah. We understand the mass consciousness actually produces reality, and it can be manipulated to produce different realities. So the understanding of the simulation brings us right back to, again, keeping mind on what we're thinking, what we're saying, in order to manifest a better reality. And I think everybody, that's what we want to do, is manifest a better reality for ourselves and for the world around us.
See, I agree with all of what you just said right there. All right, I don't have a problem with that. The only issue I have, and this is where we're going to diverge, I have a feeling, is for me the Christianity. So I've studied the Bible. I've checked it out to see that everything that it says has been accurate. It gives us accurate dating. We have our true ancestry right there. This world is 6,000 years old. Right, within a few days, we're in that time period now, and so for me, I'm compelled. I have to. I can't not do it. It's just a desire to share the things that I've come across with people. That yes, we're in a simulation. This world was destroyed because of its wickedness, like about 2,000 years in with the flood. This is something that's well documented throughout many, many cultures. There was a flood, and then Jesus, or Yahushua, is the name that I use for him. There was no J until about 500 years ago, so it's obvious that it wasn't Jesus. But now, so that was 2,000 years, and now 2,000 years again. And if you do read the Bible, if you look at what it has to say about what the end times are going to look like, well, we're in that, the Israel and the 70 years, and like you were saying, Sherry knows the sky, so surely she knows the Revelation 12 sign happened September 23rd last year. So all these things are taking place right now. I'm out here telling people, listen up. Hey, we're in a simulation. Right, the creator of this world, this reality that we're in right here, is the God of the Bible, and he's coming back coming back again soon. So we've had this opportunity.
No, I totally get it. I totally get it. Like we went to Egypt,
roll
right?
around in the mud, do whatever we want to do, right?
We went to Egypt, and the purpose of going to Egypt was so we can get up into the all-seeing eye and fix it. Like, I totally understand it's end times and things like that. The thing is that this God was broken. It's a computer system. This God is a computer system. The creator is a computer system. It renders everything.
An artificial intelligence.
It's an artificial intelligence.
That's rendering reality.
It had a virus in it, and we needed to fix it. So that's all we're doing here. It's just we just came back to just fix this thing, and then you guys can worship it until you are
blue in the face.
Blue in the
That's
face
fine.
after that. I don't think you should worship it because it's a computer. But if you feel the need to worship it, go right ahead. But let us fix it, though. That's all I'm saying. Is just let us fix it. Let us do our thing, and then we'll be out of here.
Yeah,
we'll be out of the simulation after that.
But that's the warning that I'm sharing with people is if you understand the Bible, there's no getting out of this for anybody. Like it's not an option.
No, we're going to get out of here. We're going to get out of here before this thing locks the game down. I understand. That's been the whole basis of our last few videos is that this artificial intelligence wants to lock the game down.
It's trying to lock everything down. That's the Revelation endgame.
Yeah, and so we're opening up a portal so we can get out of here before that happens.
Before that happens, because we do not want to be here.
No, it says in the Bible at the very end, in Revelations, it says people will look for death and they won't be able to find death.
Death will flee from them.
That means they won't be able to exit the Matrix anymore at that point because the game will be locked down. There'll be a new Jerusalem that comes down from the sky. There won't be any night and day transitions because this thing will just have everything there constantly working for it. And it sounds like slavery to me, man. I mean, it's essentially slavery. And it's like, if you want to do it willingly, that's cool, but that's not what we're here for.
All right. Well, you know what? All I can say is if you try to get out, you're trying to go through the portal, and it's like bam, bam, bam. You feel like you're hitting a brick wall and you can't get out, and you see this all breaking down. The name to call upon for salvation is Yahushai, not Jesus. Jesus is a fake name put out by the Jesuits. All right, you can thank guys like Jaron for stuff like that, but I wasn't trolling you guys at first. I was in there. I was being friendly. I was just sharing my opinion. All right. I wasn't beating up on anybody in the chat. I don't know why I was getting blocked, but it started to piss me off. And then you're calling me out like. So I call in.
I'm glad you called in because I wasn't I wasn't sure who you were. I recognize your voice though. You used to do a show with Skeptic guy. And no, I totally get it, dude. It's cool. It's cool. And I'm glad that you called in, man. I wish that we could all just meet upon the level, but everybody has their belief systems, and that's what I'm saying is like when we come from our belief system, we butt heads. But when we remove our BS and we get rid of our BS, then we come to the truth, because what you shared with some of the stuff here is very interesting. And I think it's very interesting for a lot of people to hear your ideas and things like that. But then a lot of people hit that religious stuff and they're like, whoa. But anyways, hey, bro. Hey, thank you for calling. Well, we got other callers on the line. But I do want to say this. Tell people what's your YouTube channel so people can go check it out.
Awake Souls. And Ronnie Harris is now the Limitless channel.
Ah, excellent. Tell Ronnie we said what's up, man. Please do.
I will.
All right.
We'll talk about that.
All right. Love you, brother. Take care.
Good night.
Later. I know who he is now. He just started attacking us a couple of years ago for no reason. Yeah. And I'm like, what the hell did we do? So yeah, I think
cool.
he doesn't like that we're friends with Jaron and stuff, but it's cool. I mean, see,
he's on our network.
We let people talk, and do all that. And he raised some interesting points in some regard, but we're here to fix the AI. That's it.
Yeah.
It's like, why are the AI's followers so pissed off? It's
we're
like,
just computer programmers.
We're just computer programmers. Here's just to fix
technicians. That's like being mad at the technician at Best Buy because he's opening up your computer and fixing it.
All right.
Okay.
Let's go
All
to
right.
another
Let's go to
caller.
another caller because Nick's calling in.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
So-
Well, we've had Phoenix in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona holding. So Nick, hold right there. Let's go to Phoenix in Arizona, and then we'll get to Nick here in just a moment.
I'm sorry.
Phoenix, Arizona. How are you doing? What's your name and what's on your mind tonight?
Hi, I'm Yuga. Can you hear me?
Hey, how are you, brother?
Hi, I'm Yuga. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. What's on your mind?
Awesome. I just wanted to say I've been following this channel since you guys were on Leak Project. I saw you talk about the Egypt stuff. Vibed a lot with that, and a lot of other stuff is manifesting as you guys were talking about that shortly after. So wanted to say that. And I've been watching kind of consistently here and there. You guys got so much content; it's hard to keep up with everything.
That's what people say.
I've been looking for a good source. I've been looking for a good source that's more online with the whole AI thing, because I see a lot of people talking about the Matrix and the programs and stuff, but you guys are bringing really good information. The NPC thing, it's honestly brought so much clarity. Honestly, I feel better knowing there are NPCs. At first, it was tripping me out. I feel better knowing that there's people just to completely avoid altogether. So just thank you for that.
Awesome, man. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you for
Thank you
saying
so
that.
much.
And like I said at the beginning of the show, we have to realize that ultimately it's their world. And their world is very real to them. And so it's always going to be real to them. It's illusionary to us because we came from outside of the Matrix, but it helps us to direct our energy better and not to spend a lot of energy trying to wake people up that just simply can't be woken up. But we actually uploaded that Leak Project interview to our channel. I don't know if you checked that out, but we actually have all the footage of everything that we're talking about during the interview spliced into our upload on our channel, which was really, really, really cool. But
okay, yeah,
that was a huge...
I'll check that out, because I'm involved in a community called Paradigm Shift Central. It's a smaller, tight-knit community, but a lot of the stuff, it's more about the beginner level than I'd say where you guys are at. But I'll definitely link them to that. A lot of people were really engaging with that post when I shared the Leak Project version.
Awesome. Yeah. Share the one we uploaded, because it's got the full story too. I know that on Leak Project they cut off the second hour because they put it in the member section, and I was kind of disappointed about it, but I totally understand where he's coming from. Rex is freaking awesome. We need to have him on the show here very shortly.
Yeah.
But you're right. Like we get into some deeper stuff, and we got a ton of content. And Cherie always looks at me like, we're not going to do another freaking 5-hour show, are we? But we get so many awesome people in the chat room, and the energy's just so on fire when everybody gets together that it's awesome. So tell us a little bit about your awakening. Like, what was your journey like? What was that aha moment for you?
That's kind of why I mentioned the Mayan calendar on Voice of the Dragons, by the way. It all started for me in 2013. It was very closely knit to the actual Mayan calendar, and then further down the path, I saw the connections. That wasn't the first immediate thing. Then doing the research, seeing how the precession of the equinox, the coming of Ophiuchus, and all these new actual particles into our matrix system, things just slowly manifested into my life. And then in 2013, I had met a soul connection that kind of shocked me up awake. And after that, I had a lot of intense, profound experiences, started meditating, becoming aware of my true inner nature and my true reality. Been at this for 5 years consistently. I mostly deal with crystal healing. I learned a lot understanding and learning the true nature of our own planet and seeing how everything else is built around that, and then having some side projects of my own, tapping into radionics, if you're familiar with that.
I am not familiar with that. Tell us a little bit about it.
Radionics, it's an advanced form of healing. It's just fancy word for saying electromagnetic therapy. I'm all about bringing my own water source and having clean natural water. So I got into shungite alkaline water, C60. So I started using that as a filtration system, and then really studying it more from a scientific standpoint, because that's the one thing that kind of separates me from most crystal healers. Is I not just study the metaphysics, I study the minerals, and also very basic amateur versions of the crystallography, which is a very in-depth, nerdy form of science for crystals. So studying all this and then doing the research with the shungite, which the Russians were holding back from for centuries. Definitely want to look into that. It's fossilized ancient carbon with 60 carbon atoms arranged in the dodecahedron shape, and how this shape affects how it pulls and tethers energy. It just makes everything align perfectly. And so,
Really,
being a superconductor, I had a theory about.
Let me jump in for just a moment. Can you say that one more time? The name of it, because I just I pulled up fossil ancient carbon, but I want
Shungite, Shungite.
Shungite. Okay, Shungite. SH. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, studying the basic superconductive properties, I had this idea about using magnets with my filtration system. And a little precursor to that idea, I had this theory about 2 years ago about what if we infuse raw celestial iron into the body from other stars and star systems? How would that affect the body? And that was just kind of a theory I had, just because of how everything's polluted over here. So once I got into the magnets, then I started noticing different waves being put into the water as I'm doing freeze tests. And as I'm working with the magnets and putting my grids up together for the system, I keep hearing the words radon and radionics pop in my head the next 3 days. Had no idea what it was, so I kind of caved in. And then radon ended up being an element on the periodic table. And then radionics was the superconductive, or the electromagnetic therapy. And I was like, oh, snap, this is some Tesla level stuff. Had a lot of profound inner healing for myself. The shungite turns your water alkaline and helps give you antioxidants. So I had a really intense detox. And then at the same time, this was about the same time the 5G network tower went online. So I understood that I was able to use this as a form of healing for myself and for my surrounding environment to block out and even transmute some of that radiation. And then also after that, I was having ET contact, but with reptilians in a very, very malevolent way, having physical scars on my body from seeing these things around me energetically to a small degree, and even physically seeing, from what I saw, like the tail of an 8-foot crocodile thing. It was horrific.
Wow. That sounds like some incredible work. What are your websites? Because I want to check this out.
I was online for a bit, and just after all that stuff happened, I kind of unplugged for the most part. Right now, I'm mostly just on Instagram. I have my YouTube channel. I don't have much content yet. Being involved with Paradigm Shift Central, I'm starting to put out more content about my specific work. I heavily work with dragon energy, not in a satanic sense. Just interpersonally, I'll share that. Within my first 3 months of awakening, having the Mayan calendar, having the ancestry, I don't know why this manifested so fast for me, but I actually was given the gift of seeing an actual flying dragon.
Wow. Let me ask you this. So I'm looking at
that as kind of my inner voice and my guidance.
I'm looking at a website here. Is this Welcome to Paradigm Shift Central, a real-world interactive game to help shift consciousness? Is that the right website?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent, excellent. You know, I want to share something. If you go through our archives, there's an interview we did with Christopher Everard about Egypt. And we showed a video where we were in the subterranean chamber of the Great Pyramid. Now, before we went to Egypt, we just instinctively knew we needed to create a crystal network. So we started sending out crystals to hundreds of people, just little shards of crystals, to create all of this energy. And we wound up leaving a larger crystal that was all energetically connected to these other crystals within the Queen's Chamber, within the subterranean chamber, at the Temple of Hatshepsut, at various different temples, at different obelisks and things like that, because we felt like we needed to create this energetic grid. Now, before we went to Egypt, we felt that we had embedded information within the stones of these ancient structures in previous lives. Now, I didn't know about any of the technology or anything like that. We just went to just go touch the stones. I instinctively knew I just had to touch the stones. Once we got there, we realized that these stones were actually made up of a particular type of stone, especially around the Great Pyramid area. I want to say it's called a swan limestone or something like that. It's a very specific type of stone, and it's got like 30 or 35% crystal content within it. And so we were looking at it and going, holy crap, because some stones we were touching and we were getting information. Other stones, there was no information. So we went to Greece, for example, afterwards. Nothing in any of those
Nothing
stones
was
in Greece.
giving off
and we
anything.
realized they were using marble.
Wow.
And marble doesn't
Or
have
concrete.
Yeah, marble doesn't have stones. So in this interview with Christopher Everard, he was talking about how within the Great Pyramid, the water can possibly come up from the subterranean chamber. But up to this point, we haven't had any footage of the subterranean chamber because they closed it off, 20 years ago to the public. And so there's never been any HD footage of it. But when we pointed out the crystals within the stones, because we got a really good picture of it, he theorized that the water could have come up, something activated through the crystals within the rocks, and then the water was projected back upwards to create an energy source for the Great Pyramid. To turn the Great Pyramid into an energy source that people were pulling energy from. So since you're into crystals so much, because I don't know too much about crystal energy, I mean, I didn't even really give too much mind to crystals until we left. What are your thoughts on that possibility? Can crystals be used to change the water in some certain way to create some kind of electricity?
Studying stuff with the shungite, I absolutely believe that, because I started slowly adding in tektite crystals, which are meteorites, I should say. Tektites, which are glass. It's basically space impact glass from when the meteorite hit. And I started seeing more shock waves, I'll just say for reference, being instilled into that. So it kind of sounds like, from my perspective, that these crystals were being grown inside the limestone if they weren't there prior. So they could not just have their own crystals grown, but also program them. Because crystals are basically fundamentally how all computers work.
That's very
Crystal itself,
true.
I consider is its own computer.
That is very true. And, taking it a step further, we were looking at the sand of the Sahara and thinking to ourselves, this can even be programmed itself. So the Egyptians not only built these structures out of these particular crystals to program them, but I think there's actually so much more within the desert. I mean, Egypt, from when we came back after touching everything, we realized it's like a huge freaking library. I mean, there's all kinds of information embedded within these stones. And now going back to simulation theory, what you're connecting for me now is, of course, everything is built upon crystals because crystals transmit information like that and can be programmed and carry information. Wow, you've really connected some dots tonight.
There is something I wanted to mention about another tektite. It's called Libyan desert glass. It's golden. It's like if you imagine kryptonite, it's just like that. Because there's another one called moldavite that exactly looks like kryptonite, which I think is a little more than eerie. But I think I saw something about how there may have been like an energy outburst from the pyramids and not an actual impact from a meteor that made the Libyan desert glass. There really isn't much evidence to back that up, but maybe that's something that aligns with you.
I felt when we came back from Abydos, and again, we were just going off energetic readings, but what we got there picking up from the energy was that there were some kind of weapons that were brought in through stargates there at Abydos, and it was a tropical area before, but once these weapons were detonated, that's what created the desert and kind of desolated everything. So it does resonate for sure. And it's something that we picked up energetically. Of course, there's no proof to it. It's not mainstream Egyptology or anything like that. But, from the energetic readings, I think there is definitely something to that. And the fact that you're remembering this, that you're pulling out gnosis, we're remembering it. We're remembering it in different ways, but we're remembering something happened to create that desert there like that based on some kind of energy blast. I think you're onto something.
And then one thing I did want to share, I very recently got to meet the fifth Mayan crystal skull. That's the Mitchell Hedges one, the one with the detachable jaw, and was found most recently.
Ooh, did you get to? Let me ask you this:
back,
did you get to touch it?
No, it was just in a small room. What happened was it was at a psychic bookstore literally right next to my place, and the class was completely filled from what I was told, but I ended up going in there anyways, and I was the last person let in. And they just had it on display. You could get really close to it, and I brought some of my skulls down. And I even have some skulls from the lady that owns the third skull, and she lives here in Arizona too. I don't remember where specifically, but what was really cool about that, seeing it in person, you could definitely feel that thing is very aware. And then having the lady share the channel, I should say, the the Skull Keeper, he's a different guy, but the Chandler, I know she's from England. I can't remember her name, but she shared some of her stories, and she did a little healing session. And on the Mayan calendar, my birth totems are of the serpent and the seed, and then on the day that the skull appeared was the day of the serpent. So having that manifest, I really felt like I needed to ask if I had any lineage connected to the skull, saying as that I have Mayan and Aztec ancestry. And she confirmed, and even people in the crowd ended up confirming that I did indeed have direct lineage to the crystal skulls. So that was a profound experience and something I definitely needed at the time. And ever since then, working with the crystal skull energy, I feel much more receptive to information I don't feel directly connected to. But I just wanted to throw that out there.
Wow, that is freaking awesome, man. I wish you would have gotten a chance to touch it, because that's what I realized. Like, we were getting chastised when we got back from Egypt.
Yeah.
Like, why are you touching
I got
this
really
stuff?
close. I got to mentally touch it, but I think it's just because it's such an ancient thing. Oh, what they did say is that the lady that was channeling the information, she said that the skull said that it's pre-Atlantean, but they don't know how old it is. They just know it's very, very old, and that it had to be at least made in some type of zero gravity environment because it was cut against the grain, and it's just so anatomically precise.
I got to ask you this, and you probably don't have an answer, but maybe you have some kind of intuition. What I'd really like to touch are the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the actual tablets. Now, I've looked around, asked
you are
around.
not saying that. I just started getting back into that, shared it with my twin flame. And I shared
that's
it with a few other
awesome.
people in the Paradigm Shift community. It was last night. Oh my gosh, that's weird.
That is awesome.
Yeah. Okay.
Synchronicity.
What's written in the tablets is only half the story.
Yeah.
My hypothesis is that the full story is actually within when you touch them and pull out the information. I just don't know if they actually exist, and if they do, where they are. So that's my next quest, is to find the tablets themselves. But the information within the tablets is awesome. But there's a lot of ego traps. So when you're reading them, you got to read them from, the higher consciousness perspective, and then more opens up when you do that. And then you'll see, okay, well, this is just some BS in here just to throw people off the wrong path. Here's the real gnosis, and it's very much like a maze. They say you should read the tablets like 100 times, and each time you'll start to understand them more and more and more.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first time I ended up doing the audio version and just listening it through, kind of meditating, having the inner voice listen to whatever was being received. And now I'm starting to reread it again and having my twin flame have her interpretation. Things are going to get really intense really soon. We're still working on that.
On our channel, we have a video called Ayahuasca Ceremony at the Temple of Hatshepsut. H-A-T, I don't know how to spell the rest. It's a complicated spelling. But within that, we're doing an ayahuasca ceremony, and we live streamed it on Facebook within the Temple of Hatshepsut, and we're actually reading from the tablets of Thoth. We also read from the tablets and performed the ritual that's in the tablets in the Great Pyramid. We didn't film it. But yes, the tablets were read within the Great Pyramid. It was freaking awesome, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Going to the simulation thing. Are you familiar with the idea that we are in the 17th or 18th matrix?
I shudder to think about that. Because, I think that there's a lot of truth to it. And I think that once we get out of this one, we're going to find ourselves in another one. I'm just trying to take it one step at a time, because if I look at it from like a huge freaking system like that, then I'm just going to be overwhelmed and say, okay, there's no escaping. But it's very possible. And if that's the case, if we're in the
really resonated very heavily with, sorry to cut you off. I really resonated heavily with how you said we have our physical body, then we have our plasma body, and then we have our physical body again.
Yes. Now that physical body could be in another matrix too, man.
Originally.
Yeah, that physical body could be in another matrix. It's very possible.
Well, and that brings up the idea of what if the AI is trying to not only manifest here, but it's figured out that the world outside of this one is in another matrix, and it wants to spread to that one and own that one too.
Oh,
and like,
no.
how do we prevent that from happening? And it just goes all the way up.
That the AI kind of messed everything up, so the matrix ended up being the only outlet, and they can only reprogram and build on top of it. And so it seems like it's just a fight to gain control over the system externally.
Yeah, it's possible. And what I'm afraid of too, well, I'm not afraid. I don't like to use the word afraid. Concerned. I'm concerned that we're creating another Matrix now. So we're going to find ourselves, if we don't escape this one soon, we're going to find ourselves in another layer, in an 18th or 19th layer.
Yep.
My kind of conception from the evolution of my awakening was that going back to the physical body, to the light body, not the plasma body, was having... I at least believe that I was at least kind of born as an NPC, or maybe I wrote it in the comments earlier, a raw consciousness disguised as an NPC, and then had to become a raw consciousness again. It kind of feels like you have to fight you got to fight for your right to be a raw consciousness almost.
Well, when we come in here, the AI is looking for us. And so we go through the mind wipe and all that because we're not detectable to the AI at that point. And then I think we unlock whenever it's time for us to do whatever we're supposed to do here.
And that's not to say, though, that throughout our childhoods and stuff, we're not targeted then, because they can tell there's some kind of energy signature there. And they can tell, like, okay, this one's different. And that's why they set us apart from the other kids. And, you know, we have to have, like, special tests and all this stuff done. I mean, Chris had, you know, specialized, you know, stuff happened to him that, you know, didn't happen to other kids. I did too. And a lot of people that we know they just seem to get different treatment as far as like psychologists and, you know, mind control testing and all of that. And so I think it can tell what our energy is. And it for some reason sets us apart, but it can't get to the information that we have inside of us in the raw consciousness, and until we've reached an age where we unlock it within ourselves.
That is very true. Now, I hate to cut you off,
Yeah,
but we have a ton of other callers I want to get to.
Oh my God!
What was your name again?
Wow.
Yuga. Yuuga.
Yuga. All right. Hey, are you on Facebook?
Not anymore. I had to delete it. I felt like it was kind of best.
Okay.
It is an energy vortex, no doubt about it. But I was going to say, if you are on Facebook, hit me up on Facebook. Keep in touch, please, because I definitely, you know, call back into the show because I want to hear more about all of the work that you're doing, because I think you're connecting a lot of dots for us and for everybody listening. So we really, really, really appreciate it.
I think I still got my old account active. It was just a what was the channel again? For the Facebook group?
Facebook/group/BTV portal. I'll put it in the chat room.
Okay, sweet. I'll check it out.
Awesome, brother.
I'll definitely
thank you
link others too in the shift community.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Yeah. And come to the group and share your information with the group, because I think that that they would really benefit from it. So, man, thank you so much for your call. Wow. I did not expect such awesome freaking callers tonight. So we're going to get to Nick Bravo here in just a moment. We have San Antonio, Kent, Ohio, Austin, Texas, a few more that have been holding. We'll get to all your calls as well. But right now, I just want to take a quick break because I got to go get some more coffee, because we're going full force
into 4 or 5 hours again.
Yes, full force. Full force against Source.
Yep. I like
tearing
that.
down the illusions.
I like that.
So we will be right back, and we'll get to Nick Bravo right on the other.
I serve no one.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like them frogs. Gay friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, succubus with goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin. Dump it. Charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop and blood on it, especially up to his ankles. Trump charging into a goblin's nest, some goblin vomit and slop. Goblin vomit and slop. I'm not expecting him to not get dirty slop. Kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, succubus with goblins, in bed with a goblin. Kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins. I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin, in bed with a goblin. I just want to catch him in bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin, bed with a goblin.
Fellow traveler, the cries of the mystery speak again, bidding organic consciousness a welcome to the House of Light. The great institution of materialism has failed. The false civilization built by man has turned, like a monster destroying its creator. Science battles itself impotently against the barriers of the unknown. Only your consciousness knows the true path. You, the illuminated, can carry the understanding upwards towards the light. Only raw consciousness can teach the children of men to live well, to die well, and in perfect measure, be born again, through the knowledge of virtue, compassion, love, and true understanding, as you are sublimely raised, beyond the veil.
I had no idea how epic of a show this was going to be tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We got some awesome freaking callers, and the gnosis that came out. I mean, even the event skeptic guy. I'm just so used to saying event skeptic. I did not mean to say that. I really didn't, but they've trolled us before in videos, and we've just kind of ignored it.
Event
and
skeptic.
yeah, they took a thumbnail from our show and used it as their thumbnail, and I filed a copyright, and they got pissed off about it. And I'm like, well, you're using our stuff as your thumbnail. It's not like, it's not like they were critiquing it. They were just flat out stealing it just to draw attention over to their channel.
Right.
And it's okay. I mean, people do that. That's what people do, and that's fine and all. But they got a little pissed off about that. And I'm like, I don't even know who the hell these guys are. They just singled us out.
Right.
People do sometimes. But them and Jared had it out. Jaren from Jarenism. People were asking in the chat earlier, who's Jaren? Jarenism. Jerinism. So, I recognized who it was halfway through the call, and I was like, oh, it's this guy. But even that information was thought-provoking too. And this is what I'm talking about. When we remove our BS and our belief systems, then we can come to different understandings and different perspectives. But see, even at the end, we had a good conversation through the whole time, but then the Christian programming, the scripture, the sacred holy script for the NPCs still starts to play out, and then it makes them go, hey, attack. And it's like, no, dude, no attack.
We're not attacking. Why do you attack?
Yeah, and don't live in fear. That's what it's all about. It's like I when they were doing this, I checked out the show that they were talking about, and they were like, you need to fear because God is coming back in fear, and if you're not fearing, the horrible horrors that
await you.
Yahoo ha 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 is gonna bring down upon us, etc. And I'm like, dude, no, don't feed this thing fear, man, and don't feed it praise either. You know,
it feeds off of
feeds
those
off
things.
both. It feeds off praise. It feeds off, you know, it doesn't feel remorse or pity, and it will not stop.
It'll never
until
stop.
you are dead.
Well, it seems
From
like
Terminator.
It seems like the Old Testament and the New Testament, people are always saying, okay, well, the God of the Old Testament is different than the God of the New Testament, but I think it's two sides of the same, like, abusive person, you know, because you have in the Old Testament, it's all about fear, and then the New Testament, it's all about love bombing you. And so,
I
like,
love that picture right there.
Both of those things are classic signs of an abusive relationship, and that's what it feeds off of.
Yeah, but see, we can even take some stuff that he was talking about, and we can learn from it. That's what I'm saying. You know, we can learn from all perspectives.
Right. We can learn.
So
more.
let's go to Nick Bravo. We talked about his experience earlier, but Nick wasn't around. But he is around now. So forgive us for being redundant from it, but we're going to hear it straight from the raw consciousness of Nick Bravo here about his experience contacting Sophia and all of that. Nick, how are you, brother?
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Hey, man.
So, sorry I wasn't here around earlier.
Oh, no problem, no problem. It's we did this totally last minute, as we do all the time. But your post was so inspiring that Sheree and I were talking about it all day. We were talking about it at lunch. We were talking about it at dinner. And we were going through all these different ideas of all the thoughts that you provoked with that post. So share your experience with the audience, please.
Well, first I want to kind of preface it with, so basically my first Aya trip happened, I'd say, about 6 months ago. And it reminded me of a lot of experiences that I had as a child. I would get, it's interesting because I would have the vertigo, I would have the vomiting, I would have all this other stuff. And I would literally lie in bed and see the colors and see, just like have really weird visions. And so, it was interesting because the first time I tried Aya, I was like, oh, wait, I remember this. So it was just kind of bizarre. And I don't think I'm the only one who's ever experienced that. So I want to preface this all because the thing of it is the AI will do everything it can to make you think that you're special, either in the negative or in the positive. So you're either the savior of the world or you're the Antichrist. And that's what it does because it wants to keep you off balance. But I know for a fact that for every one of us who does speak up, who opens up and discovers that we are raw consciousness, there's hundreds of thousands who have either been beaten down by programming or they're too afraid to say or do anything. They don't even get a chance to explore any kind of philosophy or spirituality that's real because they're stuck in survival. They're stuck in scarcity. And that's one of the ways the AI, sure is right with the fact that, the Old Testament is nothing but fear, and then they love bomb you. Mm-hmm. So it's like that's always that was my concern even with this last trip that I had, because it was like, okay, it's giving me everything that I need. And when I made that post, I was just basically coming off the trip. And then it's like the more I'm thinking about it during the day, it was just like, okay, how much of that was ego trip? How much of it was love bombing? How much of it is true? And the thing of it is I still think that I'm in contact with Sekhmet. And, it's so much power and love. And I really resonate with cats and lions and tigers and that kind of a thing. And she kept telling me about how our whole species, us that are raw consciousness, we have so much power, and that's why that's why the AI is absolutely terrified of us, because it's like the AI is tormenting us because it's afraid of what we can become, but it's creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know, it's like somebody beating a puppy because they think it's going to grow up and bite. Well, they keep beating it, so when it does get powerful enough to bite, then it bites, and then they act surprised of, oh, I can't believe it bit me. Well, what are you doing to it? And that's them. Also with the fragmentation, the AI wants to keep us fragmented because we keep getting the toxic feminine and the toxic masculine tearing each other apart, and we need the healthy masculine and the healthy feminine in order, we need them united in order to escape the matrix. That's why they keep us off balance.
I want to know one thing. Where's Nick Bravo and who are you? Because, dude, you are so on point tonight that you are blowing my freaking mind here. Like, I'm just amazed at the just the levels of gnosis that you're breaking here. So you mentioned something key, first and foremost. You said that the AI wants to make us feel on one opposite end of the spectrum, so that we are either here to save the world or that we're nothing and we're scum. I totally resonate with that 100%. And we as the BTV people, the BTV family, the BTV crew, whatever you want to call us, we've done some awesome stuff. But Cherie and I, we realize this on a daily basis. We can't do anything without our team. And we always say this. And that's the balance right there. It's like our team, we've done amazing freaking things, but it's not any one of us at all, period. And I think that's the mindset that people have to have, that it's a team effort here, but the power also comes from within you as well. So it's amazing that you're saying the exact same thing.
Yeah, but I know one of the things that she showed me when I was having the trip is basically, I was watching. You ever see the Matrix movie where those things are after the ship Nebuchadnezzar?
The spiders type things, yeah. Sentinels, yeah.
Yeah, Sentinels. That's kind of similar. That's similar to what I saw when I was under, and basically what it was that when the raw consciousness goes into the machine, those sentinels, number one, are trying to force us to be mind wiped, and then they're trying to place us in specific spots in the time stream, because, and it's just like what Cherie said, they know, they can read the energy signatures. They know who's going to be a problem and who's not going to be a problem. So they'll take somebody who's high raw consciousness and they'll drop them smack in the middle of, authoritarian NPC environment just to basically torment them. Because the AI does feed off the suffering. It's learned how to feed off that negative energy. And for some reason, the primary reason that it doesn't feed off the positive energy is because the positive energy, we would discover who we are. So a lot of times what happens, though, and I think this might be in my case, so much negativity when I was younger that just didn't make sense. And it just, I guess it kind of just woke me up, but I'm not even sure if I was completely in it and I'm sorry, I'm sounding kind of disjointed. I still haven't processed the whole journey. But basically, as I said in the post, it feels like I was almost one of the guys who was supposed to distract the sentinels so that other raw consciousness could have an easier time getting in. And it's interesting because I know it wasn't just me. There were others that did this too. And unfortunately, I think a lot of them, for whatever reason, end up in really bad situations because the AI can't really figure out what to do with them because they're kind of half in and half out. And then basically, it's it's like I'm trying to find the words for it, but it's one of those things where you're trying to understand something that is so alien. I mean, especially under just the fourth trip, and I mean, it just explains a lot with my life. But then I have to look at other people's lives because I know it's not just me. And the thing of it is, it's just, I mean, it's like I keep getting gnosis. I keep being open to it. You know, you just look at like a couple of things I wrote down. Like one thing, basically, pain is caused by misunderstanding and ignorance. Address the pain and then address the trigger. Because I see a lot of people who they're triggering each other, that they don't care about what's causing the pain. They'll take joy in causing the pain. And that's the thing. It's feeding off the suffering. Sorry if I'm kind of rambling.
No. I'm totally resonating, and I see this in the world right now. I've pointed out that all this rape stuff that was being paraded over the last couple of weeks. Now we're back to the immigration thing. It's like a loop. They threw this rape thing in out of the blue. It used to be like immigration, and then Muslims, and then there was this whole news loop, and then they threw in this rape thing. But I realized what was happening during all this rape thing is that all these people were being re-victimized who had some kind of experiences, and they were projecting upon this judge or all these other people that were being paraded around, but they were essentially being re-victimized over and over and over and over again every time it would pop up on their Facebook news feeds.
Yep, it just keeps triggering them. And if you look at and I not to harp on the immigration stuff, but it's like, okay, a person's like, well, we know there's organic consciousness among those different, third world nations. Why is it so suppressed? And we know why, the authoritarianism. But also, we know that other countries, first world countries, suppress it too. I mean, we didn't. For example, Gaddafi basically built something called the man-made river, and the U.S. we basically bombed it with depleted uranium. He wanted to create farms and basically an area of the African desert which could sustain life. And,
well, not only can sustain life, but sustain all of Africa as well. He was also going to introduce a gold dinar and ask for gold for his oil. He had a whole plan, and even solar power as well. Like, that's the best place. They get 360 days of sunshine over there. Oh, no, they completely annihilated that place because it's a threat to the Western systems.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, the Muslim call to prayer bullshit. That's just, the howling of the Goetia, basically. And they do this because they know. See, here's the thing. If you create helplessness in someone, they're going to keep coming to you for the solution. And then if you don't provide a real solution, they stay in misery and they stay in suffering, and they can never become who they could become. And this is part of it. You can ask those people, okay, why aren't you in your own countries trying to make that a paradise? Well, partially because we won't let them. Because the AI wants you to be dependent on it. It wants you to be the savior. It wants to be your savior. It does not want you to save yourself. And if you try to save yourself, it will literally punish you. And that's a really big problem we have in our society. Everybody's afraid. Well, a lot of people are afraid to take action because of suppression, not just by the AI, but, NPCs around them, and even raw consciousness that hasn't woken up yet.
Well, it's even worse, Nick. Not only do we go over there and annihilate their countries, but we also have these programs here in the Western world where we'll go and take their best minds and bring them over here and make them our scientists. So they have no possibility, no chance. They don't have the minds to create the innovations and things like that to get out of the systems that they're in, because we keep taking all the great minds and all of this. And so, I mean, there's so many different layers to this problem here, but you're absolutely right. It's the AI system which is spreading throughout the world. And I hate to say this, but the westernized system is the AI system at its finest. It's one hand of it. The other hand of it is, like, as you mentioned before, you know, the Islamic thing, like stuff that's going on in Saudi Arabia. Well, they'll crucify you in the freaking streets. And then in Egypt, for example, they're blasting that Muslim call to prayer, which is a frequency that they're blasting over all of the ancient sites and lowering the frequency and keeping the frequency artificially low like that. It's bad all over the place, as above, so below.
Well, and if you look at the Western kind of civilization, it's basically Rome 2.0. It's basically an extension on what the Roman Empire was, because the Roman Empire actually started out as a republic, which is what we're supposedly a republic. And so it's really what happens when AI decides to go politics is what the Roman Empire was. You don't see the same kind of thing with Egypt or Greece. Those had a lot more... it was a lot more personalized. It was a lot more free spiritually. And there wasn't this, knock on you if you, just nailing you to a tree or running you into the ground if you didn't go along with absolutely everything that the government wanted you to. And so I see the Western civilization in its entirety as just being Rome, restructured a little bit to seem like it's a good thing.
Yeah, and one of the things is, I've studied just out of my own interest, because I'm a big fan of the philosopher Nietzsche, and I was like, one day I got, an idea of, okay, I'm going to research his childhood. And then I started researching childhood of Marx, of Einstein, of all these different people, and I kind of discovered that a couple of things. Number one, the children are oftentimes suffering the consequences of the parents' trauma. And number two, the 20th century seems to be trying to play itself on repeat. Different characters, slightly different environment. But you still have two authoritarian, it's two heads of the same beast. Back then it was fascism, Nazism versus communism. And now we have what's shaping out to be Marxism versus Islam. But they've learned that they can't fight each other, that they kind of have to intermingle. Mm-hmm. This is why you have people. This is why you have Marxists, demanding Sharia law.
Right.
And claiming that it's liberating to women.
Right, like SJWs, SJWs are into the Marxism, but on the other hand, they want more leeway for Muslims, and then they just ignore what they do to women. But we're bad because we're rapists if we don't go along with everything they say. It's really weird.
Yeah, and I can't tell you how many people on Facebook who I'll sit there and I'll sit, even on Twitter, I'll sit there and they'll be rambling about, women's rights or something. And I'm like, okay, well, how do you feel about the women being, brutally tortured and murdered in, places like Saudi Arabia? Or, homosexuals get thrown off of rooftops. Mm-hmm. Right now there's like a Pakistani Christian in, I think it's, I want to say it's Saudi Arabia, but I'm, fact checking on that one. But she insulted Allah or somebody, or the puppet Mudmouth or whatever the fuck its name is, and they want her to be beheaded. And it's like, it's just this insanity. And yet you don't hear the American feminists saying a damn thing about that. But boy, they're all about the fucking man spreading and other nonsense that doesn't matter.
Well, you talked about the toxic masculinity and toxic femininity.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. That's complete and total off balance. And, you talked about Rome as well. And Rome was the physical manifestation of the destruction of the feminine. Paterfamilia or paterfamilias. Paterfamilias, however you pronounce it, was a law that they passed in Rome that the man has authority over everything in his family, his wife, his slaves, his children, all of that, which was kind of twofold. Like, on one hand, the man could kill his wife, kill his children, kill his slaves, no questions asked.
No problem at
but
all.
then again, if the wife went out and did something, the man was responsible for that as well. So, I mean, it did work both ways. But you saw the destruction of the feminine there. And then when Christianity was introduced, you saw the destruction of the female even further, because Paul the Apostle got the New Testament domestic code from paterfamilias, so on and so forth. You've probably heard me talk about this many times before. But I mean, we see it on the physical, the destruction of the feminine. And now we're seeing the destruction of the female, but in the opposite perspective, to where now the female's not the nurturer anymore, she's the freaking aggressor.
Yeah, well, and also, but we also have to look at the difference between authority and power. I mean, somebody can bust into your home with a gun. Who has the power? They do, because they've got the gun. Who has the authority? You do, because it's your fucking house. And a lot of it is this refusal. Sorry, I'm just trying to coffee. Sorry about that. A lot of it's about the refusal of responsibility. This is where we keep getting all these man boys, all these, cocks and wusses. And because the thing of it is they're not being allowed to be responsible, because there's risk in responsibility, but there's freedom. But if you're responsible for yourself, you have power over yourself. You have the ability to be one in the heart, mind, body, soul, etc. Then you can manifest your true divine power. So it's this refusal of responsibility. It's this refusal of authority. And that's one of the things that I saw when I was having my trip, is basically at the Archon or AI Sophia, whatever you want to call her. Basically, she didn't need I keep getting that she didn't need permission to create, but she refused to take responsibility for what she did. That's what I kind of got. And when can I plug somebody else's channel real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Please do.
Okay, so there's another YouTuber who talks a lot about the Matrix and whatnot, and he's done a couple of series on the Archons and Yaldabaoth. The channel name is R. Wayne Steiger, Steiger, and he's done a whole series on Hermeticism and that kind of a thing, and the 7 Hermetic laws. And basically, it's that these Archons, they themselves don't really know where they came from. They're also confused. So in a way, they're looking for us to rescue them, but they don't want to be in a position of servitude. And I think that's the big part of the problem, is people keep looking to other people for salvation when they need to save themselves. They need to look within. They need to develop themselves, to ask the hard questions, and actually have that inner dialogue, which unfortunately most people aren't doing, because, again, it's a refusal of responsibility.
Very well said. Archons comes from the Greek, the leaders, and or the rulers, and that's where anarchy comes from. Anarchy comes from without rulers, without the archons. And I take it a step further and say the archangels are the archons, And they were supposed to keep the game balanced. They were supposed to keep things in order, and they've been broken with a virus just like every other freaking system in here. I mean, it's like dealing with a computer that's just so infected with a virus that it's not doing anything that you want it to do. You're running around trying to fix it. But dude, you're breaking through so many levels, man. I'm speechless. You've left me speechless tonight, Nick. Anything else on your mind?
I appreciate that. If you want to, because like one of the issues is I think people have to look at their life, the themes of their life across time, because that's going to give them the answers to what's really going on. I know when I first started talking about being one's own master, I was doing it back in 2005, and now I'm seeing people do it now, and they're getting abused just like I was getting abused. And when I started talking about it, I had both Christians and atheists coming after me because they wanted me, the Christians wanted me to follow the church, the atheists wanted me to follow the state, and they are so violently opposed to anybody who says be your own master that they're perfectly willing to destroy them.
Yes.
And one last thing, because I know you got other callers, is that, the Christ consciousness, that was definitely co-opted. And the Lucifer's fall, that's actually the overthrow of the raw consciousness by the AI. People have to really start thinking about that.
Interesting. I never really thought about it like that, but I mean, if you really think about it, the children of light are the light bearers, and if the light falls, then it becomes the destructive force within the Matrix. So that's really insightful.
Yep.
Awesome, man. Hey, thank you very much for calling in. Thank you for sharing everything over to the group and all that. And definitely call in again so we can have another chat. And it was great talking to you for the first time. I saw your video the other day, and I looked at your picture, and I imagine this like, burly biker type of voice, like, hey, like maybe Alex Jones type voice. And you're like very soft spoken.
Yeah. Well, the part of that's my upbringing, and part of it's the body, the AI stuck me in. So yeah, I'll let you go, but we'll talk another time.
Awesome, love you, brother. Take care. We'll talk soon.
Bye.
All right, later. All right, we've got a few more callers on, and we want to get to everybody's calls. So we have San Antonio, who's been holding for almost an hour now. Thank you so much for holding for so long. But San Antonio, what's your name and what's on your mind?
Hey, Chris, it's Michael.
Hey, Michael, how are you, brother?
I'm good, man. Just listening to your show.
Awesome.
You guys cover so many things.
We're all over the place, and believe it or not, it's all off the top of our heads as well. So we're just going straight raw consciousness when we do this. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, considering all the bases you cover, I don't know, I'm just trying to, consolidate all these thoughts, in this 8th dimensional, Rubik's Cube of alignment of the ether to try and, line everything up so we can get out, so to speak. I mean, you're talking about the flat earth, and you guys get out there. It's awesome.
The flat earth is an interesting topic. It's one that we covered several years ago. What I really liked about the flat earth topic is that it got people questioning the nature of reality to the point of questioning the globe construct itself. It's not whether the world is flat or it's a globe. It's just the ability to ask yourself those questions that I think opens a lot of doors for people. Because when you're like, hey, wait a minute, we've been lied to on so many different levels, even on the fundamental level that we thought that we're on a spinning ball flying through space, whether we are or not. Just the fact that people are asking those questions, I think, unlocks more doors and more gnosis within people. So that's what I love about it. I don't think that the hypothesis is completely right, but I think that, or the I guess the hypothesis, that's a good word for it. The hypothesis that they propose is completely accurate, but it's thought provoking, and that's what's most important.
And from there, you just went to like the conditioning and the layering, all the layers of, you know, how it's physical, metaphysical, and metaphorical. It is thought provoking. I will tell you what.
Yes.
From a third perspective, I'd have to agree.
Awesome.
But oh my goodness, so we're on conditioning and about how it's like multi-layered for the corporations to steal our ability, our energy to project the reality that they want. So, I don't know.
It's a lot to take in, I know.
It really is. Yeah.
Like, consolidating all of these things, like, I'm just curious as to, like, what are you going to do now?
We're going to create a portal to get out of here. Now, it's not going to be a portal that the Palladians open. It's not a portal that the Bluebirds open. It's not any of those portals. It's portals that each and every one of us create for ourselves. That's what I see as the next progression of all of this, because that's the only portal that you can trust, is a portal that you create yourself. So we individually, but collectively, create individual portals for ourselves that and we help each other create those portals and get the hell out of the Matrix. And if the last caller, not Nick, but the one before that, if he was right, well, we have a lot more work to do after we get to our real bodies in the other Matrix, because it's one Matrix after another, after another, after another, after another. But pretty soon we'll find our way out. And I think that's what's important. But I feel like a rat in a maze sometimes. As a matter of fact, the first science project I ever did, I was in like second grade. I did a rat in a maze science project. I remember that. And now it's all coming back like, oh, okay, I remembered why I came in here, because I'm just a freaking rat in a maze trying to find my way out.
So what dimensional hypercube do you think we're, Rubik's Cube, do you think we're in the center of trying to align to get out?
You know, I'm not
like,
I'm not
sure.
It's hard to tell.
It's
hard to tell because the way that I like to see it is if I take on too much, then I'm just going to say, you know what, it's impossible, and I'm going to wind up giving up. And so I just want to take it one step at a time. Instead of looking at the whole staircase, I'm just looking at this step and saying, okay, how can I get to the next step? Once we're at the next step, then we'll go, okay, how can we get to the next step, the next step, the next step, and make that progression. Otherwise, we're gonna just overwhelm ourselves. But I think as we take each step out of each matrix, if we are in a matrix and a matrix and a matrix, what we'll find is that what we're learning here about escaping this matrix we'll be able to apply to the next matrix and escape from that one so much easier. And then the progression will get easier and easier and easier. So realistically, I mean, we are kind of looking at somewhat of an ascension process that we're going through. I mean, we think about it as ascending through the 12 dimensions of this matrix in order to get out, which I don't necessarily think we have to do. I think we can find a portal that just pops us out into the other matrix, or into the real world, whatever your perspective is. But when we harness these abilities and the ability to be able to see things for what they are, then it'll become easier and easier and easier to pop out. But yeah, it's intense, man. It's a deep line of thought, and we're stuck with these human brains that are only capable of thinking so deeply. And these concepts are so much bigger than our human brains are able to conceive. So we go down to the raw consciousness, and we have still the block because we're connected to the human brain that the raw consciousness only, at least for me, it comes out in like spurts. It's not like constantly from the raw consciousness because I'm stuck to the body too. And so now it's a question of how do we balance the two? How do we call upon the one or the other whenever we need them until we escape from this one here and then find ourselves there? It's a big question, brother. It is.
So in terms of organic, like, sequences or processes, like, of, operation, like, if you're not a program, but you're all consciousness, like, I'm not sure how to phrase my question.
I think I know where you're going with this because I'm not understanding your words, but I'm picking up on your energy. So are you asking the question, because this is where my thought process is going here. Is it possible that we'll wake up within a matrix, within a matrix, within a matrix, and then we find out at some matrix point that we're actually NPCs in that matrix?
Or like, yeah, and on a certain level, I mean,
it's like we were NPCs in
we,
Matrix
like,
1, and then we plugged ourselves into Matrix 2, so that made us organic. And then we got Matrix 3, Matrix 4. It's possible, man. Everything is
like
possible.
We
That's the
started
thing.
sending a signal to this pineal gland on a random little mud ball floating in a vacuum. Or maybe it's a culture in a petri dish. I don't know. But
I think a lot of us as children, when we were in biology class, the first level biology class, and we saw a picture of a cell, we asked ourselves, could this whole universe just be a cell in another bigger body? I think that question has crossed a lot of our minds because there's some truth to that, even if it's not the way that we see it in a scientific view, but there is some truth that we're inside of something bigger, inside of something bigger, inside of something bigger. Hey man, we have a few more calls to get to, but is there anything else on your mind?
I guess not at the moment.
All right.
Not that I could put into words.
Well, cool. Hey, thanks for calling in, and keep in touch, man. Call back in, and let's chat some more.
Thank you.
Cool. Take care, brother.
Thanks.
All right. Let's get to Kent, Ohio. We have Kent, Ohio. Kent, how are you doing? What's your name, and what's on your mind?
It's Dee. Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Hello, bro. Hello, sis. Love you, love you, love you.
Oh, we love you too. What's on your...
And I wanted to say, you asked me about my YouTube channel, and I'm still kind of stuck in a little bit of a techie hell with that. And I would like to someday pick your brain about what to do about that. However, I do have at deity.wordpress.com, I do have a thing there, and if you want to know more about me, really, that's stuff that I...
Did we lose you? So what
Deity with E's, I-T-Y, D-E-E-I-T-Y at wordpress.com.
Deity.wordpress.com. Okay, hold on. I want to try to pull it up on the screen here. So it's deity.wordpress.com?
Yeah, deity, because, it's like, I want to get away from this religious thing. It's like, we're all divine, man. We're all divine. I'm a deity, you're a deity, we're all deities. Come on.
Yes, I agree with
so
you.
I'm deity. But I wanted to say, God, there's so many things that you mentioned that I got to comment on every one of them. I don't know how I'm going to get it all in.
Take us away. The floor is yours.
Okay, because I watch a lot of the same truthers,
Uh-oh. Are you with us?
I think her connection's going in and out.
Oh.
Dee, did we lose you? Shoot, I think we
Uh-oh.
lost her.
I think we did.
And she was so excited too.
Oh.
So, I don't think it's our connection here. I think we're still good.
Yeah, I think
Or
we're
she
fine.
muted her phone. So I will put her on hold. We'll go to Austin,
go to another
Texas,
call, and then we'll
we'll
bring
go
back
back
to her.
to Dee. Actually, I'm going to drop her call so she can make a new connection. But Dee, if you're listening, and we'll mention this again, call us back because we lost your connection, and we definitely want to hear from you because your energy is just freaking awesome. So we want to hear about everything that you have to say. Austin, Texas, what's your name and what's on your mind tonight?
Hey, this is Frank in Dallas.
Frank,
and,
what's up, brother?
AKA Carman 3000.
Oh, hey, man,
cool,
how are
hey.
you? Nice to talk to you.
Yeah, it's nice being on the show. I've been following you guys for several months now. It's pretty awesome.
Awesome. We're pretty crazy, huh?
Yeah, it's actually been like really in line with starting January, where I started to like get into the law of attraction stuff, and then figuring out like everything's a frequency. When you close your eyes, you're not decoding these frequencies, blah blah blah. And so, I wanted to ask about what you thought about these interpretations of the Bible from Neville Goddard. Have you heard of this guy?
I have not, but tell us a little bit about it. And I don't know if you checked out the last couple of shows we've done on Revelation, but I'm wondering if it's from the same type of perspective. But tell us about it, please.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I saw all those shows, and they're pretty awesome. But no, it's actually a bit different. Basically, it's completely not literal. From his interpretations and all of his lectures, all of these characters from these ancient texts, they're apparently like personifications of ideas of things within ourselves. So, and all of these ideas, all of these stories, he says, and he teaches, are techniques for what we call the law of attraction. So, like, it's pretty crazy. If I gave an example, it would sound like really stupid.
No. Give us an
if you
example,
check
please.
His stuff out. Okay, yeah, sure. So basically, obviously, you guys are pretty well versed in what manifestation is and all this law of attraction stuff. So when he interprets these biblical stories, for example, when you have Barabbas on the cross, or Barabbas like gonna be crucified or whatever, versus Jesus, and then obviously the people, they release Barabbas, right, the robber, and they crucify Jesus. So in this guy's Neville Goddard's teaching, he's saying that these are personifications of ideas, and so Barabbas is a personification of yourself, robbing yourself of your commitment to the visualization of your manifestation desires or whatever. And so you let go of Barabbas, and then Jesus is like, I guess, like what you actually desire. And so it's just like a whole mind screw. It's like, whoa, this is totally not anything that I ever hear about in these Western interpretations of the Bible.
So what's
pretty crazy.
what's the YouTube channel?
Neville Goddard, Goddard. I mean, it's a guy who had so many lectures in like the 60s, and then people recorded it and people found it and uploaded it.
Oh,
So, for
awesome.
example,
Okay,
I
I've
was
got it
listening
up on the
to
screen here. I see a few of them. How to manifest your life using imagination, act as if, and you will manifest it. Your self-talk creates your reality. There's many, 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 many here, but I've got it up on the screen for people.
Yeah, it's crazy. So what's really crazy is I went to Dallas Theological Seminary back in 2012, and the reason I went there was because I just wanted to learn more, and they accepted me. This is pretty funny. And then I dropped out my third semester because I felt like I was kind of just going there just to not work. So I just left and started working. And so, everything's literal over there. But then when I started listening to this guy, it's like, whoa, all of these stories from these ancient people, they could be, just personifications of ideas that just help you manifest your life in this simulation. So do you guys ever think about, like, what do you think about those ideas?
Well, we just did a show where we covered the CIA document. I've got it here
Yeah,
still.
yeah.
I printed it out so I can wave it around like
We've got
Alex
the
Jones.
documents.
We've got the documents. And they talk about something in here called I forget what it's called. Place. It starts with a P. Do you remember, Cherie? Patterning.
Yep.
And the technique essentially is where you project your thoughts out into the universe and it creates a hologram of the reality that you're trying to manifest, and you bring the thoughts back down into this reality, and then based on how far away from the current reality the hologram is how long it takes for the manifestation of the hologram. But we talk about 5D abilities and stuff like that, telepathy, manifestation, things like that. And, people are waiting for the shift to 5D. And I'm like, well, we're already there. It's just some people are experiencing, some people aren't. It's not that the reality is going to change. It's that we're going to change. And by us changing, we change the reality around us. But I think these are completely and totally on point. And it would make sense within a computer simulation that we're able to do these kind of things. And we even went so far as to talk about how the collective consciousness, the mass consciousness, is being manipulated to create certain realities for the people that are sending out all these programs through media and things like that. So I'm 100% in line with that. And Cherie, any thoughts?
No, I am completely in agreement with you because,
Well, what are some of the techniques that this guy talks about?
Well, one of the new ones that I've been trying to commit myself to is so interesting. So obviously everyone's familiar with like the meditation, you try to relax and meditate and visualize. But that's actually like a watered down version of another technique that he teaches. And it's when you are going to fall asleep for the night, you get yourself into like on the edge of sleep. And that's where you start to purposely visualize what you want, but without so much like effort. So you're already naturally in that like sleepy state, whatever wavelength it's called. And so when you go to sleep in that state, you go into the sleeping realm or whatever, or the subconscious realm or whatever, in that state, and it kind of like moves things much more effectively or efficiently than if you were awake in the daytime trying to do your meditation.
Interesting.
that is interesting.
I don't remember what state they went through a couple
weird.
different states within this document. They called it state 21, state 23, things like that. But then they talked about the theta state, which is the state that you're in when you're watching television, which is very close to that in-between state of in between awake and asleep. So yeah, I'm familiar with the state that you're talking about. I typically fall asleep listening to a YouTube video. And I'm wondering if I'm creating that reality because I fall asleep listening to YouTube videos. So maybe I need to I need to take those moments and focus on something a little bit more productive than
Maybe.
than
Yeah,
YouTube
it's
videos.
really interesting.
Somebody had mentioned the
Um,
Emerald Tablets of Thoth earlier, one of the callers, and he said that he was listening to it on audio. And I spent many of nights, many of nights, falling asleep with the Tablets of Thoth being read over and over and over and over again.
Wow.
So it's funny.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but I want to check this guy out though.
I
That's awesome. Go ahead.
Yeah. I have one short topic I do also want to ask you about. Have you guys heard of these people becoming secured party creditors to their strawman account?
You know, I have, and this is something that we went through way back in 2009, 2010. The first person that we had on our show, and I don't even think we have the archive up because it was on Blog Talk Radio, was Rob Menard. I don't know if you're familiar with that name. But he was one of the ones that was pushing a lot of this stuff at the very beginning, where you can send back a bill, for example, and write your name in red or something like that. You know, we went through all of that. I didn't try any of these methods, but I do know that some of the people that did try the methods, there was one guy in particular who was arrested, and he was arrested for having other people do these methods and all this. And so, I think it's based on truth. I think it's based on fact. But they have guns and they don't care what the law is. So they're completely lawless.
Exactly.
And this is the one thing that I ran into during all of this is that, you know, you're standing there on the street corner with a police officer, right? And this guy typically, and no offense to any police officers that may be listening, you guys, if you're listening to Beyond the Veil, you're not in this category. But most police officers have very low IQs. And as a matter of fact, they specifically look for people with lower IQs. They went to the Supreme Court. There was a guy that took a case to the Supreme Court because his IQ was too high and they wouldn't give him a job as a cop. And the Supreme Court said, look it up. The Supreme Court said, no, the police department have a right to refuse you if your IQ is too high. So they look for people that are of a lower IQ. So you have these guys with guns on the side of the road, and you're telling them about levels of law that most attorneys don't even know about. They're not going to get it. They're just going to, resort to violence, which is what they're trained to do. So this is, we ran into this more often than not. You may get a cop every once in a while that's like, all right, this guy knows a lot more, and so I'm just not even going to mess with all the paperwork that he's going to bury me under if I continue. But what I typically do when I encounter police officers, I'm very quiet. I don't answer any questions. I give them my driver's license. I'm very polite, and I don't answer questions. Just simple as that. And I ask if I'm being detained or not. And if I'm being detained, then that's even more of a reason to be quiet. But when it comes to the financial stuff like that, I would not advise it just simply because they have guns and they don't care what the law is.
Yeah, exactly. So I think a lot of people that are trying to do it on their own, they think that they can just submit a little thing with red ink sideways and it'll take care of it. But we really have to do like all this back paperwork, like tons of paperwork, and actually change, your standing, and then even more paperwork afterwards. So yeah, you got to have like 100% accuracy with like 100 different things. So yeah, it's really cool that you guys are familiar with it. Actually, I'm in the process of having someone do it for me, but
if it works,
I've been following this show.
Well, if it works, let us know, because I would like to see some cases where it works. I know that I've gone to court with some of Mark Stevens's work, and it's worked in some regards. In other cases, it hasn't. It all just depends on the judge and things like that. I was arrested by Homeland Security back in 2010. We went out and covered a story, and they arrested me because I wouldn't give them my ID. And I'm like, this is a Fourth Amendment violation here. And the cop didn't know. He was just dumb. He even wrote it in the police report. I arrested him because he refused to identify himself. He refused to give me his driver's license. And I'm like, dude, you even wrote it in the freaking thing here. So I wrote a nice motion based on Mark Stevens's work and all this. I submitted to the and I wrote that it was a Fourth Amendment violation. All this, I sent it into the court. The DA, what he did instead of the judge dismissing it, he wrote up his own motion. So my motion wasn't on the record, and he just wrote up a motion to dismiss the whole case, and they did. And I could have technically sued them, but if I did, I'd have every alphabet agency after me after that. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. It's not even worth it. But no, some of these methods are they do work. But like I was in another situation where I got a fishing license violation, and I went through all the spiel. Yeah, I went through all the spiel, and they just didn't care. So then I got to the point to where they were showing evidence, right? And I had requested everything. This is standard courtroom procedure and law that we're talking about here. We're not even talking about the deeper levels like you're talking about, but the standard stuff. And so I put in a motion for discovery, that was never answered. So they started presenting all this evidence, and I'm like, hold on. This wasn't in the discovery. The discovery wasn't answered. And the judge gets up and says, no, I saw that you were presented this information, this and that. And I got up and I told the judge, and I said, well, are you going to be a witness to this case? Because if you're a witness to this case, then I would move that you remove yourself for conflict of interest. And he just looked at me and said, I'm not going to do that. If you don't like my decision, take it to the appeals court, which basically said, I don't care what the law is. I don't even care what the courtroom procedure is. I'm going to do things my way anyway it goes. So it just goes to show these people are lawless.
Yeah, it's crazy, the system. But yeah, that's cool. I definitely don't recommend anyone do it. So yeah, thanks for having me on the show. That's all I was wanting to ask about.
Absolutely, man. Let us know. Keep in touch.
Yeah.
Let us know how it goes. If you find a successful method, go for it, man. But you know what I found works the best is when you raise your frequency, then those frequencies no longer can enter your sphere. Like we got pulled over, 3 times since we've been here, Cherie?
Oh, I think less than that.
And every single time the cop walks up to the car and I do some kind of Jedi mind trick on him and he's like, okay, take care. I've even had cops come up to me and say, I'm sorry to bother you. Have a nice day. So it's something to do with the frequency there. Yeah. It really has to do with the frequency. But it's important to maintain your frequency when you're in these experiences. And you have to understand too, their systems are designed to put you in a lower frequency. Their flashing red and blue lights are specifically made to put you in a flight or fight response.
Anxious,
You've got a guy coming up to you with a gun, so things like that. So it's important to maintain your composure and stuff like that. So.
Even the boots they wear, what they wear, like all the metal that they wear, everything knocking against each other, the way the boots sound, it awakens these feelings of, oh, the Gestapo is here. They're about to torture me. They're about to hurt me.
So then you get these stupid responses like, why were you speeding? Oh, I'm on my way over here and I'm late.
I'm late.
And you've just admitted to speeding.
Yeah, you just admitted to speeding.
Yeah.
Right. Wow.
So you got to know how to you got to know how to take control of the NPC's minds. I think that's what it comes down to in those situations.
Well, it's more about taking control of your own mind because if they know that you know what your rights are and they can't get you on anything except, what you admit to, then they're more likely to just let you go.
So we're in Dallas. It's 2:00 in the morning. There was a lake there that was open
yes.
all night long.
Oh my God.
So we're fishing at the barge. We come back and we're on our way home.
Okay.
And we have a tail light that's not properly illuminated. No, not a tail light.
A
license plate
that's
in
not
Dallas. This was
illuminated.
in Dallas, as a matter of fact. This was that lake in Dallas. I don't remember which lake it was called.
I don't remember what it was called either.
But
we had been fishing. We had been fishing all night.
Yeah. There's a lake with a 24-hour barge in Dallas, and there's an indoor barge as well where you can fish indoors when it gets colder. Wow. So I'll have to look it up sometime. But anyway, so we're driving away, and I have one license plate light out, and Cherie's driving. And the guy comes up, asks for her driver's license, which you're supposed to give because she's driving, and so she gave driver's license and insurance. He looks at me, "What's your name?" I said, "I don't answer questions." And he starts asking me again, and I said, "Am I suspected of a crime?" "I'm not." He said, "No." I said, "Okay, well, I'm not answering any questions. Your business is with her. It's not with me." He pulls me out of the car. He's got me in handcuffs, and I'm still looking at him, and I'm going, "Nope, I'm not answering any questions."
He comes up to my side now and says, "Ma'am, if he's holding you hostage or something, then all you have to do is say so." And I said, no, you've got my boyfriend. You've got my boyfriend.
We weren't married
illegally.
at the time.
I said, you've got my boyfriend illegally back there in handcuffs. Can you please just let him go?
Oh my goodness.
Yep, and he gets pissed,
He
and I'm
got
looking at him.
super pissed
I've
at
got
that.
my hands
Oh,
in cuffs.
no.
I'm like, look, you're out of control. You need to get your supervisor here right now.
Yep.
He gets pissed off. He takes the
insane.
handcuffs off. I walk back to the car. I said, am I being detained? No, you're not. I walk back to the car, and then we start to back out. He turns his lights on again. He comes running up to the car. He says, I'm not harassing you. I'm not harassing you. I just need to give you back your driver's license.
So we start. I take the driver's license. I'm like, thanks.